Namaste, namaste everybody. Welcome again. We have come back for another round of Nakshatra series that we have been doing for a long time. So today we will be covering the Purva Bhadrapada. So we have the full house here today. We have Dr. Kanoli Sandeep Krishnan. We have Dr. Aditya Togi, and we've just been joined by Eve Mendoza. So welcome.
Perfect time.
It's a perfect timing that we just got started. We're just introducing. So we said we'll be doing Purva Bhadrapada. This has been long overdue. After the, what was the last one that we did? Shatabhishak. So we said, let's continue with this. Okay, so let me just start with a brief introduction. I don't know how deep that will be, but I'll try to keep it as short as I possibly can. But there are certain points that I wanted to bring out because I think there are so many videos already available on nakshatras and on Purva Bhadrapada. So some of the key points that I've come across with this nakshatra. But before I go there, and before I start with Purva Bhadrapada, I wanted to talk about the deity, the Devata, the Nakshatra Devata, which is associated with this nakshatra. Okay, so let's start with the deity. The deity of Purva Bhadrapada in the Vedas is said to be Ajay Kapada. Now, I have tried to gather as much information I could in the last few years about this mysterious deity, Ajay Kapada. Ajay Kapada in Mahabharata and some of the Puranas where has been mentioned, he is said to be one of the Ekadasha Rudras, one of the 11 Rudras, or 11 abstractions of Shiva, or 11 abstractions of Rudra. Aja means the one-footed goat god who has a goat face, and Ekapada, which means, or Ekpat, which also means who was suddenly or rapidly appearing all at once. And because he was said Aja, Aja also in Sanskrit means unborn. So it was a reference to saying that it was an unborn lightning. A lightning doesn't have a father. So he is born out of nowhere. And Ajay Kapada is got a lot of transcendental energy that is associated with it. It is also said that Ajay Kapada is the mount or the vahana or the vehicle of Agni Devata and also of Mangal. So what you see, Mangal or Mars, the mount or the vehicle is said to be Ajay Kapada. Now, when I talk about Ajay Kapada, this is that form of Rudra, which usually is referred to the pillar of light or the pillar of fire. In the Puranas, there is a reference that there was an infinitely long pillar which emerged from nowhere. And from this pillar is said to have emerged Vishnu and even Brahma. And this pillar, which is like a Shivalingam, and from this sprouted Vishnu and Brahma. And this pillar of light has said to be, there is no end to this pillar. And it is also, there is a story in the Puranas where the reference is Vishnu and Brahma wanted to see what is the origin and what was the end of this pillar of light. or this pillar of fire which just emanated in the universe. It's believed that Vishnu took the form of a wild boar, Varaha, and he went downwards, digging in and going down. And Brahma is said to have taken the form of a swan, Hamsa, and flew upwards to find the end. And Vishnu wanted to find the origin. Anyway, so Ajay Kapada is also said to be, in certain things, they're said to be a fire serpent or a fire dragon. And if you also notice that this nakshatra can also have a connection with Nataraja, the dancing Shiva, because he has a ring of fire around him as well. And he's standing on one foot in a dancing pose, where his right leg is firm on the ground, he's standing on ignorance. It was a dwarf Asura. His name is called as Apasmara, and he's holding a serpent in his hand. So it's a symbol of saying he's dancing on ignorance, and that is Apasmara. And he's standing on one leg, his other leg is lifted. So Nataraja is symbolic of Ajay Kapada. In many of the traditions, you also observe that when anybody, an Asura or Devata, has to appease Rudra or Shiva, they do penance or tapasya by standing on one feet. Whether it was even in Mahabharata, it said that Arjuna stood on a feet and he did intense penance for Shiva, and he was blessed with the Pashupata Astra. That's the main weapon that was gifted by Shiva to Arjuna. Also, it is said that Ravana also stood, and Kumbhakarna also stood on one feet, and they prayed a lot to Brahma and also to Shiva, but Shiva gave him the Chandrahasa. The weapon Chandrahasa means it's like the laughter of the moon. Chandrahasa literally means. So it was a deadly weapon which was given to Ravana by Shiva. So a lot of yogis knew about the connection of this deity, Ajay Kapada, with penance and bhakti, devotion. This is something I have never seen anybody talk about, the importance of Uttama Bhakti. And this has been given in Bhavishya Purana. When I read about the Nakshatra Devata in Bhavishya Purana, I was really, because what happens is, please do not go and just read the books. Actually go to the source and really read the source, because sometimes you miss out on the description that has been given in Sanskrit. Like for example, Nakshatra Devata associated with Purva Bhadrapada in Bhavishya Purana, I'll give you what it is said. It is not said Ajay Kapada. It is said that the deity is Shuddha Spatika Mani Samana Kantiman Ajanma Prabhu. I repeat again, Shuddha Spatika Mani Samana, which means Shuddha, which means it is as pure as a white Himalayan crystal or quartz or Himalayan crystal, what we call as Spatika, Shuddha, which means white. Mani Samana, Mani means it's like a crystal or a stone or a gemstone or a quartz. Is equal to that. He is splendorous. And Kantiman, which means he is sparkling, and he is an unborn Almighty, Ajanma Prabhu. So he reminds you of an unborn Almighty sparkling like a white Himalayan quartz. This is how the description of Ajay Kapada has been given in Bhavishya Purana. And in Bhavishya Purana, see, Bhavishya Purana is why we have to read Bhavishya because it is Bhavishya Purana is a dialogue between Sumanta Muni and Sri Sanatika. In this description, where Sumanta Muni is giving about each of the nakshatras. So, what does Sumanta Muni say about what are the blessings? Again, you have to read the Sanskrit words. It says Uttama Bhakti Vijaya is what he's saying. Uttama Bhakti, which means you are getting ultimate devotion and success with your devotion also comes. So great devotion and victory is the main thing that is connected to this nakshatra. That's why these nakshatras, this pair of these nakshatras are called as Bhadrapada. Bhadra, which means auspicious, pada, feet. So it is again the auspicious feet. And in many traditions and paramparas, we will see that we keep the Guru Paduka, which means the feet of the Guru is always kept, and that is where we always venerate. The Guru Paduka is the association that you see is with this Proshtapada. The other name for Bhadrapada in the ancient times, it was called as Proshtapada. What is Proshtapada? Proshtapada means like a stool or the feet. And actually, it is not just the feet, it is just said to be the feet of the fire altar. Okay? It is the feet of the Yagna Kunda or the Havana Kunda. But many people then misinterpreted that as also saying the funeral cot, because that is also the burning bed. Because this nakshatra falls in the final part of the 5 nakshatras. I do not consider this as the last 5 nakshatras from Dhanishta. Typically, in my study in the last few years, I have come across a different system also what I've been looking at. Instead of taking the 27 nakshatra scheme, I have been looking at a system which is dividing the 28 nakshatras into 4 parts. And the first series of 7 nakshatras starts from Kritika to Ashlesha. The next set I see from Magha to Vishakha. And then from Anuradha to Shravana. And then Dhanishta to Bharani. If you look at this combination of these 4 sets of nakshatras, you will be able to study the nakshatras in a different manner. Probably this is not the class lesson for that, but I will do that in another lesson. Now let's go to also understanding what is the Shakti or the Ajay Kapada's. See, Ajay Kapada is the deity who is a kind of a Bhairava who helps you to give rise to the Kundalini awakening that is happening within a sadhaka, a spiritual aspirant. And this is like a pillar of fire, which is, or a fire dragon, which is really, or a fire serpent, which is really going through your spine. So for the spiritualist, this nakshatra is all about awakening the fire within him, which is dormant. Now, I also bring your attention to another story, which also shows you the importance of this nakshatra. The story is about during the Satyuga, is about the great devotee of Vishnu, who is Prahlada. Prahlada and his father, the great Asura king or the emperor, Hiranyakashipu, he asked his son Prahlada, you always have been telling me that you are protected by Vishnu, you're protected by Vishnu. Where is your Vishnu? Show me. Where is he? So is he here in this hall? Prahlada said, yes. Tell me, do you think he's in this pillar? And he says, yes, he's in that pillar. So he takes his mace and he smashes the pillar. See, a pillar you have to understand the esoteric significance of the pillar. Why did the Ugra Narasimha, who was ferocious form of man lion, who emerged from a pillar? Because pillars are supposed to be holding the building. They are like foundations. So we look at the four pillars, and those four pillars they are holding everything. So a pillar was a very significant thing in the whole palace of Hiranyakashipu. He identified a huge big pillar. He said, "Is he in here?" He says, "Let me see." And when he smashes it, comes a man lion avatar. He's in the Ugra form. Ugra means he's in a very ferocious. The description has been given in many of the texts. You have to see. He was blood red eyes with they say claws, which were like diamond, as hard as diamond. And we know the thing. So this connection of similar sort of energy, Ugra, that's why this nakshatra is called as a Ugra nakshatra. It's a violent nakshatra. But the association of this nakshatra with Ugra Narasimha, and those people I have seen, I have given people who have very high energies which are associated with this nakshatra, I have told them to recite Ugra Narasimha Gayatri mantra or listen to Ugra Narasimha Gayatri mantra, because it pacifies. When you look at both the Bhadrapadas, I always have seen Purva Bhadrapada as Ugra Narasimha, and Uttara Bhadrapada is the pacified form of Narasimha, who is Lakshmi Narasimha. As soon as Lakshmi sat on his left lap, that's when he was completely calmed down. Otherwise, there are stories which also say they had Shiva, Kali, and Durga had to take a form of a Sharabeshwara. Sharaba is like a mythical beast, and the wings were like Kali and Durga, and they still couldn't control him. That was the only way they could control a man lion avatar, because even though it was a Vishnu's avatar, these are half avatars, they are not complete Purna avatars. As a beastly, he's not able to control them. And Shiva had to come to control. Shiva, Durga, and Kali. Sharaba is the mystical flying beast, lion-like. Anyway, so there is these kind of themes that you see with this nakshatra coming out very, very prominently. Now, let me also talk about some of the symbology that is associated with this nakshatra. Some symbologies that have been given is, see, when you look at iconography, I attach a lot to the iconography, because that's how you will be able to understand a lot about the deeper secrets of the nakshatras, is to associate yourself with the iconography. So one of the iconographies which is said to be, it is like a two-faced man. Now, the two-faced man, the interpretation of the two-faced man is one face is looking at the heavens, the other face is looking at the earth. So that means you can also say this two-faced man can be an interpretation of Agni himself, because Agni is seen as a two-faced man. He has four tongues in one of his faces. He's facing towards the earth, and his three tongues are facing towards the heaven, or a face with three tongues are facing. That's why it's called a Saptajiva, the seven tongue. So he takes all the offerings that are given to him on the earthly plane, and he distributes the offerings to the deities in the heavens. So one of the face of Agni is facing towards the heaven, the other face is facing towards the earth, where he's taking the oblations that are offered to him. So in one way, you can think that the two-faced man is nothing but Agni, and Ajay Kapada is his mount, his vahana, his vehicle. So there is a lot of importance. This is something which is a missing piece. Agni, even the first verse of Rig Veda is Agni Mile Purohitam. So he becomes the Hota. He is the officiating, he officiates the fire rituals. So not many people know Purva Bhadrapada has a very strong spiritual energy with fire worship also. And these were fire worshippers. And this can also have a connection with things like the Zoroastrianism, who were typically fire worshippers. Okay, so this connection of the two faces is maybe the connection with Agni Devata. Then there is also a symbology saying, see, when you look at the Bhadrapadas are made of 4 stars. Okay, the 4 stars look like a bed, or the 4 stars look like a cot, or in Tamil, they also call it Machan. Machan means like what you call that, in between the trees where you make a small platform for hunting. In between the branches of the tree, you make a square platform where you sit waiting for your hunt. So that is called as a Machan, or a stage or a platform. Now the 4 stars, if you see very clearly, one is called as Markab, which is the Yogatara, Alpha Pegasus. The other is called as, I don't know, I cannot pronounce that name. I don't know whether it's correct. It's Shiat or Sheet. I don't know how that's pronounced. It's Beta Pegasus. Now, this is called as the other two, Al-Janab and, Alpha Andromedae, which the ancients used to call it the Alpha Andromeda, or Alpha Andromedae is called as Devyayani. Devyayani is the name given to that star because it is connected to the concept of Murugan, Skanda, Subramanya, Kartikeya. Now, this Pegasus means the head of the horse. And this star, these 4 stars, actually was called as the saddle of the horse. Okay, these 4 stars used to make the saddle. So this nakshatra is also said to be connected to these 2 stars, and they have a connection, and you can see this, it's called the Great Square of Pegasus in the sky. Now, from these 2 stars, you also observe some of the themes that I have seen. One is Ajay Kapada, and in some text, in some Tamil work, some Tamil works are also very, very great on nakshatras, which we, unfortunately, if you are not able to read Tamil, then you will miss out on a lot of information which has been passed on to us. We are only heavily reliant on learning only from the Vedas, then we are losing something. Now, in the Tamil work, it is also said that, now this might be surprising to some of you who are watching this. This is said to be the birth star of Karna. I don't know how many of you knew. In the Tamil work, it is said, and Kumbhakarna. See, in Tamil literature, Ravanasura, some people in the south say it is Moola Nakshatra. Actually, Moola Nakshatra is the star of Hanuman. And they say Revati Nakshatra is said to be the star of Ravana, birth star. And his brother was born in Purva Bhadrapada, Kumbhakarna. Now, this nakshatra, in a work called Kumaraswamy, Tamil literature again, which is a discourse between Murugan, which is Skanda, Subramanya, Kartikeya, he is directly delivering this text to Agastya Rishi. And in this text, it is said that Kubera is the lord of this nakshatra. Or you can probably say he is like an alternative deity. See, we have a Rigvedic deity, then we have an alternative deity, which is in the south. The southern text, Kumaraswamy talks about Kubera being the. So, this nakshatra, even in the southern Kerala, they say the Kinnaras were born from this nakshatra. Or these are stellar civilizations, which is, we said Alpha Pegasus, which is the Yogatara. Now, what is Yogatara? Yogatara means junction stars. junction, conjunction. Yoga, yoga means conjunctions. Coming of two things together is conjunction, yoga. Yoga Tara means these are conjunction stars. These conjunction stars are the real abode of the nakshatra deity of the Devata. The rest of the stars you see are just markers. This is my view. I think other people can have other views as well. I feel all the energy, the Shakti that we talk about this nakshatra, which Dr. David Frawley has said that the nakshatra Shakti of this is Yajamana, Udhyamana, Shakti. Now, what is Yajamana? Yajamana means somebody who's sitting and getting the benefic results of a spiritual practice that is being performed. A spiritual practice, I'm not saying just a fire ritual. It could be even sometimes construed as some kind of tantra. Now, tantra is not bad. The bad rep that tantra always gets, when you say tantra means always you think it is always something like black magic and witchcraft and sorcery, and no, it is not that. Okay, it is a use of specific mantras and geometrical objects, sacred geometrical objects, and energizing certain things is tantra. Tan, man, and dhan, isn't it? That's what. So mantra is the sound frequencies for your mind is mantra. Nakshatra, it's an apparatus to study the sky. Naksha and tra is an apparatus. Similarly, tantra is also something to God realization. Okay, so anybody who's performing tantra can have a connection also with this. Now, there is also another theme that I have seen with this nakshatra is very strongly associated with a tithi. See, every nakshatra has a connection with a tithi. This nakshatra is very strongly associated with Chaturdashi tithi. Chaturdashi is got a very bad reputation because Krishna Chaturdashi, we say, is very bad. Oh, first of all, Chaturdashi, people will say, well, with Chaturdashi, all the dual signs would be Dagda, which means they are burnt or they are, But why did Rudra choose Krishna Chaturdashi to be born? Rudra's birth star might be Ardra, but he chose this Chaturdashi. Chaturdashi, Shuddha Chaturdashi, which means Shukla Paksha Chaturdashi, Swati Nakshatra, Ugra Narasimha, his birth star. Ugra Narasimha came out from the pillar on Chaturdashi Tithi. Very strong connection with Chaturdashi, with this nakshatra. So I want to say with Narasimha, with the Rudra, not Shiva. See, what is Shiva? Many people use this word Shiva and Rudra interchangeably. There is a difference. After Rudra was sent to the mountains and said that you have to calm down, Brahma said to Rudra, you're too violent, you're too aggressive, you're too fierce. You need to calm down. He says, how can I calm down? He says, go to the mountain and, meditate. Shiva, Rudra is like, what is meditation? I don't know meditation. He says, go, discover yourself. So he went on the mountains, sitting in the wilderness, in the snow-capped mountains, you can see behind, Dr. Kanuli, Santit Krishna's God Kailash. That's how he realized yoga. And that is why he's called as Adi Yogi, because he was the first one to discover this form. So Rudra becoming Shiva, the auspicious, Shiva means the auspicious, the calm, the composed one. But here we're talking about Rudra, because he's a form of Rudra, the uncontrolled. And that's why we also talk about this nakshatra being connected to all the atmospheric endeavors that are happening around. Why? The 11 Rudras are, and their sons, the Maruts. The Marutas are said to be the sons of Rudra. They are the ones who bring the tornadoes, the hurricanes, the tsunamis, all these things, earthquakes, whatever you talk about. So the atmospheric endeavors are connected to Ajay Kapada. So that's why we see one of the symbols is the cross sword of this nakshatra. Now, one more thing that I would also say that many people miss out is one symbol which is associated with a ray of light hitting the earth, a ray of sunlight coming towards the earth, or a lightning. That's also connected to this nakshatra. Okay, so you can also say this nakshatra is connected, like Ardra nakshatra. I would say this nakshatra is connected to the descent of some great ascetic or a great yogi. And especially these yogis are not normal yogis. They will not be on YouTube. They will not be, on having their own website. You might not find them in real life. These are yogis who are not available for you and me. They might be sitting in a cave in the mountains or deep inside a forest or doing their own dhuni. Dhuni means their fire. They're writing their own fire and they're sitting and meditating. They're doing, or these are people you might find them most probably in the crematoriums, in the Smashan Ghat. These Smashan Ghat yogis, what we call them sometimes as aghoris, the aghora, the left-handed or the right-handed tantra. So this nakshatra also, you see, besides being a Ugra nakshatra, it's also a Adhomukha nakshatra. It's facing downwards. This is going towards the root, the foundation, is something that you see. One more thing I wanted to say is this nakshatra is connected to the male lion. And one more observation I want to share with you. There is a difference that many people don't understand. Nakshatras have a gender. Nakshatras have a gender. The animal yoni has a gender. Many people confuse this. When I started studying and going deeper, I was also confused in the beginning. There are only 8 nakshatras which are masculine. 3 nakshatras are neuter gender. The rest of them are feminine nakshatras. Gender-wise, not the yoni. I'm not referring to the yoni. The yoni is a different concept, right? So amongst these, I would give this and leave it to you people. You go and study. You will know that which of the 8 nakshatras are masculine. Out of that, one of them is this. Both the Bhadrapadas are masculine. Okay, there is a clue you will probably understand. And then 3 nakshatras are said to be neuter, pangender, genderless. I'll give you one hint. See, Shatabhishak, the nakshatra which comes before Purva Bhadrapada, is neuter gender. So after neuter gender comes the masculine Purva Bhadrapada and Uttara Bhadrapada. It is connected to Akasha Tattva. Among the nakshatras, there are the Pancha Mahabhutas. This is connected to Akash Tattva. Akash Tattva is ruled by Vishnu. That's why we say these are called as Panchaka nakshatras. But I also want to add 2 more nakshatras with the Panchaka, which comes subsequent to them. Ashwini and Bharani are also, probably they are not Panchakas, which means the last 4.5 nakshatras. Dhanishta, the 3rd and the 4th pada, Shatabhisha, Purva Bhadrapada, Uttara Bhadrapada, and Revati. Out of this, Dhanishta and Purva Bhadrapada are the most deadliest of the Panchakas. Why? It is believed in the southern tradition of astrologers. They say if a person passes away, there's a demise in the family. There's somebody who passes away when it is in a Dvipushkara nakshatras. Dvipushkara or Dvipada nakshatras. Dhanishta is called Dvipada because two padas are falling in Capricorn, two padas are falling in Aquarius. So it is said that when somebody passes away, and if proper traditional prayers and appreciate, what do you call that? Giving peace to the soul is not done, it says it will take two more family members with it within a period of 1.5 to 2 years. Now, Tripada, which means Purva Bhadrapada, is called as a Tripada Nakshatra or Tripushkara Nakshatra, which means three padas are falling in Aquarius, one pada is falling in Pisces. It says at least three family members the soul will take away. And I have seen this at least in 2 occasions, some through clients and some in my own family also, within a period of. So that is why we say when people are passing away, there is a special ritual called as Narayana Bali. Narayana Bali is offered to, especially if the soul has left away the body when either they were unmarried in a very young age, or they went through an accident or some trauma, or either through suicide or through some things like burning, drowning, any of these things, then even Garuda Puran was read for such souls as well. So there is a lot of history also associated with this nakshatra. But let me tell you one more thing. This nakshatra falls under that category of nakshatras which can bring a lot of wealth also. Bhadrapadas are supposed to generate a lot of wealth. Now, what sort of wealth? Many people, when I say wealth, everything comes as the bank balance, the house and properties and things. We forget that the Bhadrapadas are connected to Lakshmi. Bhadrapada is connected to Lakshmi. Some traditions also believe Uttara Bhadrapada is the birth star of a form of Lakshmi Padmavati. Because Bhadrapada is also the month when Ganesh Chaturthi is also celebrated. Ganesh Chaturthi is also celebrated, and the Bhadrapada month also we have the 15 days of Pitru Paksha, 15 days, the fortnight of the ancestors is also celebrated. That is why we see a connection with this nakshatra also with the funeral cot, the burning cot, the front legs of the funeral pyre or the funeral cot is what we say, isn't it? Why? Is because in the month we also see, we celebrate, not only in the Shukla Paksha we celebrate, and then there is a very important in the Bhadrapada. Do you know which is the most important day? And there is a connection there also in that important day, which is in the Tamil tradition they have given this when I read it. This nakshatra is also given to Adisheshan or Adishesha. Because during the Bhadrapada month, the Chaturdashi Tithi, Shukla Chaturdashi is said to be Ananta Chaturdashi. Because that is said to be Ananta Shesha came onto this earth. Ananta Shesha has a connection with anything to do with Ashlesha Nakshatra, serpents. Patanjali, Lakshmana, Shatrughna, also Balabhadra, Balarama, they are all incarnations of Sheshnath. So Bhadrapada is also got a very strong connection with the serpents. And this is what you would see even in the Mesoamerican traditions of the Aztecs, what are the other traditions in the Mesoamerican Aztecs, Incas, and all of these people. I was talking with somebody from who visited Peru and was doing some research on, he's one of the students who has been in our classes for the nakshatras as well. So he talked about a lot of connection with the Nagas and the connection with how the Naga, that's why we see what is the name of the serpent, the flying serpent. the flying dragon that they call.
Yeah, it's called Quetzalcoatl, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, correct. So what do you call that?
Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, that's
Now,
the name, yeah.
in a Tamil tradition, when I was talking, they said that's nothing but it's a form of a serpent called as, Kukilkan. Kukilkan means with a different forms of eyes. These are serpents which have mesmerizing eyes. Kukilkan is the name, and that's the name from the Tamil tradition. The etymology is the same. What you said, that is the name. So I see a lot of connection with this nakshatra, also with a country where a lot of traditions related to afterlife rituals, what we call as Shrad, giving Tarpanam, that is the side here. There is a lot of such work which is done in a country in the Mesoamerican tradition. It's called Honduras. Have you heard of this country, the Honduras? That's where a lot of today's times, a lot of black magic also happens. These are traditional centers where they're connecting to black magic because they're connecting to the spirits. So that is one of the reasons I've seen with this nakshatra, where people have gotten attracted to being cult gurus, establishing new religions. These are also said to be sometimes outcast with huge following for their teachings, because these are very risk takers. These are natural daredevils that I see. Also, what I have seen many of I had a client, I remember, and 4 planets in Purva Bhadrapada. I randomly asked this person. This is a very well-known celebrity in India. I won't disclose the name, but when I asked this person, just out of, I didn't even know, what was Purva Bhadrapada very well then, just asked him, have you had any alien experiences? And she said, when she was young, she had a lot of problems because both her parents were celebrities in the Indian cinema, great celebrities, to say the least. They constantly had fights. And when they had fights, this young girl would go to the terrace, which means the top of the building, and she used to walk on the parapet. You know what is the parapet? Parapet means on the rail of the thing. You see on one side, if you fall down, you will fall 10 stories down. So she used to walk on that, balancing, like 1 feet at a time, lifting the other feet, like Ajay Kapada, standing on 1 feet, because it's very thin. It's like a ledge on the top. On one side, if you fall, you're on the terrace. The other side, you fall, probably you'll fall 10 stories down, and that's the end of you. She was walking there, and she found a bright light, a ray of light which came onto her, flashing. She doesn't remember after that what happened. The only thing she remembers is somebody from her family coming up there and throwing water on her face, because they must have, and she has lost 2.5 hours. She doesn't know. Maybe her family was looking out for her all over the building, looking, asking people where she was. She was fainted on the terrace, and somebody woke her up. She still today, she doesn't know. She believes it could have been an alien, because we listen to a lot of these alien stories. This is not a subject of alien, but I'm just wanting to say experiences. I told you a ray of light, a ray of sunlight coming down to the earth. And this, she saw a ray from some flying object. She doesn't even remember because she was balancing. She could see something come like a light, and then she doesn't remember. So it is like alien abduction or whatever these theories, conspiracy theories that you listen to. Them. A lot of those such experiences can be felt. Then I have seen many people interested in going to Kumbh Mela. Look, 3 padas are falling in Kumbh Rashi. And I have asked so many Purvabhadra people, do you like to go and meet Naga sadhus? I'll give you one more thing and then I'll have to wrap up. Otherwise, this will be like usually my courses and lessons. I go for 4 hours, 5 hours, and I want to stop this. But this last story I want to tell you. This is a story from a village nearby my town. There were 4 friends who decided to go to the Kumbh Mela. And this is a true story. 4 friends decided, all youngsters, not married, they all went. They just wanted to experience. Everybody says, oh, we will go there, we'll have a holy dip, we will meet all of these Maharajas. Maharaja means not the kings. The Naga sadhus are also called as Maharajas. They're called Maharaji. We usually refer to them as Maharaji. So they all went. And one of them was this guy, was a naive, innocent guy. So the 3 friends ganged up and they said, let's play a prank on him, a practical prank on this guy. So one of them said, hey, you know what? When I went by the river, I met a Naga sadhu there. The Naga sadhu, he told us your name. He said, where is this guy? He said, he's in the room. And I was astonished that he took your name precisely. He didn't ask for any one of us. He asked only your name. He asked your name and asked you to come tomorrow morning at 4:30 in the morning. Come for the holy dip. Tomorrow is a very important day. The Naga sadhu said at 4:30 in the morning is the Muhurat for a Shahi Snan. It's a royal bath that you will be having with them. But we have not been invited. Only you have been invited.
Dr. Paiji, I'm so sorry. I'm just making sure they're doing mischief.
Yes, they're doing mischief. Exactly.
Okay, just making sure. Sorry. Okay, please continue.
Mischief. But they continue. The guy who was explaining, it's a mischief. First of all, remember this. So they said they have called, and he was like, really? But why me? You know, none of us, I thought we came here so that we all can go. Why don't you join? He said, no. It's only you. They have called you. He's like, okay, that's fine. But then there is a caveat. They said, you have to go there naked, completely naked. You cannot wear any clothes. You have to just go there in the morning at 4:30. He's like, that is ridiculous. Why should I go naked? I'm not going. He's like, no, don't. These are Naga sadhus. They can curse you as well. And their curse will probably last for 7 lifetimes. Don't make this mistake. Tomorrow we might be burnt also by these Naga sadhus. They're very powerful. Now, this innocent guy, he fell for the mischief. In the morning, gets up at 4 o'clock, he goes. And this guy doesn't return for 2.5 hours. Once he returns, he's like, these people are making fun of him. You know, where did you get the cloth? I can see that you've come back with a loincloth. You're wearing something. Who gave you that? And they're all laughing. It was a mischief. It was a prank on him. But this guy is like, thank you very much. The Naga sadhu was indeed waiting for me. He called me and he said, come, join us. And he took me and we had the holy dip. And then they gave me this thing to wear as well. Now coming back, thank you, because they sat with me. They showed me what are their siddhis, their practices, and they gave him something also. They said, go. This man, after he returned to the village, has become a psychic. He can see your future for next 10, 15 years. He can tell you exactly what is going to happen in your life. That is the siddhi which was given. A prank which was played on this person became real. This is the power of sometimes Purva Bhadrapada. You went there with your devotion, your faith, and there was really a Naga sadhu who was waiting for this guy. Even though there was no Naga sadhu who had told them to ask this person to come. Can you imagine? This is divine will. Till today, this person, there are lots of people, hundreds of people go outside his wait for him to give. He can just predict just by looking at your face, just like face reading, and he can tell you what happened, what is the solutions, problems. So this is the power that is there within this nakshatra. Sometimes a prank which is played can work out for you, and you can get certain siddhis. Okay, so anyway, so thank you. I think taken quite a lot of your time, but this was a very interesting story I wanted to share. And this is a real life story. And this person still does practice, and he has this siddhi.
So what is the connection of Purva Bhadrapada here?
Because these are, see, Purva Bhadrapada, as I said to you, is connected to these yogic saints, the Naga sadhus, the Aghoras. Sometimes when he went and took a bath, Kumbha, it's Purva Bhadrapada is sitting in Kumbha Rashi, Kumbha Mela, and these Naga sadhus sometimes can awaken and give you a new life and a new path that sometimes you would not have known. That is when you really understand your purpose here. Sometimes you will get an awakening, but awakening like how Hanumanji. Hanumanji was cursed by a saint saying that you will forget all your powers, till Jambavant made him realize that what his powers were. Okay, so similarly, sometimes certain Purva Bhadrapada might have a hidden person coming into your life who can activate, just like how Hanuman was made to realize his powers. Maybe it was a past life, Purva Punya. It's the natural 11th house. Aquarius is the natural 11th house. It's also the natural Badaka house. For Aries sign, it becomes the Badaka sign. What is it ruled by? Your Aquarius, Saturn and Rahu, which is Rudra. Rudra's energy. Anyway, so I will let who's going next. Is it Eve or Aditya who's going next?
I think Eve, she should go because she can also say the prayers. Eve, it will be nice.
Thank you, Togiji. Yeah, Dr. Paiji, that was
Yeah.
amazing. No, that was really, there are a lot of details there. I just wanted to say at least some prayer before I began. And I also wanted to be able to share my screen.
Right now, is it working out?
Can you see?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Maybe can I interrupt you, Evji, for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
Because similar story, they always say, you talk about all those divine beings and all, but why can't they come and help you? So this is also a real story. Back, I've heard where this one person who used to have visitations from I don't know whether it was what type of being it was, but it will come and help him in his work, in his affairs and all. So when you say that, sometimes these divine beings can help you to maybe in your normal work or maybe in a normal routine to get, as you said, to get siddhis and all. So those things, and this, of course, this was a beneficial part because we know there are some people who do those practices also to get those energy from. But then every night, this person will have visitations who will help him. Whoever comes was a female basically, and then will come to this male person and then will help him in his work and get siddhis and get all his work done. Very similar to Srinivasa Ramanujan story, where the deity will come and tell him about his mathematics formulas and all, which Mr. Ramanujan used to say. So yeah, sometimes divine help you may get.
Togiji, to this day, you can look his work, Ramanujan's work,
Yeah.
the professors they said there'll never be someone else like him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you have this little man coming and saying that he got it from the temple. So, yeah, very beautiful.
The same with Edgar Casey.
Yep.
He's called the sleeping prophet, isn't it? He has visitations. He had visitations and he fell asleep. I think that's what the story. He fell asleep on a book, and there he could see some fairies who came around him because his mother used to be very harsh on him or whatever. I don't know the exact story, but when he woke up, because he fell asleep on the notebook, and when he woke up, apparently the textbook, whatever was there in the textbook, was there in his head. He could just place the book on his forehead and he could read what was there inside the book. The same thing was given by Ramakrishna Paramahamsa to Vivekananda. Vivekananda can put, there are stories about him going to Chicago, and then he met a person who was German, and he said, I'm writing a book, which is the most important book in German. He said, Swamiji, I would trust you if you can read this book because you talk about so much of yogic powers. And it is said that he took half an hour. He just placed the book and he meditated on that book. And then Swami Vivekananda could tell what was the content of the book, even though he couldn't read anything of German. But he could tell the essence of the book. He could tell what was exactly there in that book, what he had written.
And we were talking about Ramanujan. I just checked. He is what nakshatra? He is Uttar Bhadrapada nakshatra.
Yeah.
And he's
Bhadrapada.
and Ardra. Both
Ardra Lagna, maybe. Ardra Lagna, maybe. But Uttar Bhadra. Ardra.
We can look at it later if you guys want to. Yeah, he definitely is Uttar Bhadrapada. And it was in a
I was not knowing.
temple. It's the Lakshmi Narasimha temple. I can't remember the name of it, but it's in the south.
Nammagiri of Namakkal,
Yes,
actually.
yeah.
Nammagiri of Namakkal.
Because
And I was
actually,
seeing
his
that.
first vision was of something was written in blood in the air in front of him. You could just see the hand. Right.
Because I saw some of the old photos and all, because the consort of Namakkal, Nammagiri is Narasimha, who is my family god too. And the structure of that puja and all, which I was seeing in the movie, which they have, very similar to what we have in our ancestral home too. So I was like, they also have the same structure there. So it's yeah, of course, Uttar Bhadrapada, Lakshmi, yes. In fact, whenever I used to work to go from Bangalore to Kodaikanal, long time back, I used to always pass through the town of Namakkal and all. So where this person was, and always used to think when the bus will pass or when we will always pass through. Also remember famous hotel there. We used to give very sweet, nice paisam. Bhubaneswari hotel Annapurneshwari or something,
Laddu Baba, you're bringing food here.
The paisam was awesome. I used to always have 2 cups of paisam.
Laddu
course,
Baba
those
will
places-
one day bless the world. Infinite sweets. I think that's actually what the world needs.
No, that paisam I've never had anywhere else in the whole world. Right, I've traveled from Tamil Nadu to US, but that particular banana leaf, and it was like
Special power of Purva Bhadrapada, the siddhi to produce laddu. In this case, payasam.
Paisam. Anyway, I'm already hungry now. Anyway, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Should I say the prayers, guys? Okay. Yeah. All of this with Purva Bhadrapada, Uttar Bhadrapada is probably going to be quite interesting. Okay. I'll just do a little prayer. One of them or two of them you may not understand until I do my presentation. And I just, one of them I may sing a little bit. And it was one actually that Dr. Lad, I learned some Ayurveda with him. I had a little bit of a time with him, a little privilege. It didn't last that long. But one of the things I really appreciated about his school was the exposure to the original Ayurvedic texts. Okay, and so in the Ashtanga Hridayam, yeah, it is. Ashtanga Hridayam by Vagbhata. There's a very beautiful little prayer to Lord Shiva as the Adi Vaidya, but he actually, in this case, he says Purva Vaidya. So it's similar meaning, but the one who came before, right? The one who came first, the one who came before. So I'll just do these little prayers and then I'll continue. So Om Hrim Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. Om Ganganapate Namaha. And I'm going to, before I do the prayer to Purva Vaidya, I'd like to open with Bud Graha, who is the personification of the student. And you guys have known me for so many years now that I never like to be in the position of the teacher, but I have to say that with this nakshatra, Bud Graha becomes very important. So some of the things, Dr. Paiji, you were saying about the Kinaras, some of these things are going to make sense. And even when you were speaking about the emphasis on the pillar and this ferocious fire coming up the spine to defend this innocent boy is really what this is, the Brahma Danda or the Sushumna Nadi, actually. So when you were saying the Devata had to do with Spatika or the crystal, the clear, there's a lot of reference to the Sushumna Nadi here. So even when they say Vashishta defeated Vishwamitra with his Brahma Danda, it's not like he went and beat him with a real staff or with a physical staff. It's the Sushumna, it's the Sushumna Nadi, it's his spine. So how does this relate to Bud Graha? But we'll talk about that. But I would like to open with Bud first, and then the next prayer. So. Om Aim Strim Shrim Budhaya Namaha Priyango Kali Kashyamam Rupena Pratimam Budham Somyam Somya Gunopetam Tam Budham Pranamamyaham. May you all be protected from my ignorance. Now to Purva Vaidya. Ragarirogan satataru shaktan Asheshakaya prasrutan asheshan Autsukya moharatidhan jaganan Yo Purva Vaidyaya namostu tasmai Yo Purva Vaidyaya namostu tasmai. So that mantra to Lord Shiva as Purva Vaidya is very interesting because it starts off with Ragadi Rogan. And then it goes to list all the other disturbances, right? Moha, all the things that come out of rag. So we often hear a lot of talk about these shadripus, and religious thought tends to almost pit us against ourselves with like good and bad and this and that. But really, this is a beautiful, soothing prayer that we find in Ayurvedic texts, because Shiva becomes the original Vaidya by stopping the original Rag, which is the source of all of those other Shadripus, which are really seen as nothing but a disturbance. There's no good, bad here, anything. He's kind of saying that the original disease is just nothing but disturbance in the stillness. It becomes really important for this nakshatra, okay? So it becomes really important for some of the subtleties I'd like to cover here. So Rag, if you imagine a still ocean, or just a still one line, just completely flat and still and peaceful, tranquil, and then you just add one little vibration to that. Then there's all these ripples of waves that come out from this. Lord Shiva catches it at the bija, catches it at the very beginning, stops the Rag, which leads to all those other ones, right? Lobe, moha, all this stuff that we talk about, greed, anger, lust, krodh, right? We're all trying to get these under control in spiritual communities, but we spend so much time stressing about them and creating this really bleak contrast between good and bad, and what should be and what shouldn't be, and what's righteous and what's holy, that we are dehumanizing our experience, and we're possibly even making it more difficult by creating more anxiety around these very natural disturbances in the ocean. They all come out of just one point, just one simple little movement. It's not your fault. Okay, so anyway, I just want to like soothe that, because I want to talk a little more about this. So we have beautiful image of Lord Shiva here. I just wanted to begin with that. He wears the moon on his head, right? The Manaskaraka. The moon is full of Rag and Dvesha, attraction and aversion, waxing and waning. The moon is just full of this Rag, romantic graha, right? Completely in love with a very strong attraction and aversion, just like all humans. That's our condition. That's why the moon is Janma Nakshatra, cause of your birth. You know, these things are actually very simple, very beautiful, and very clear. So Dr. Paiji did such a beautiful job with speaking of the Spatika, the deity, or the Devata. I've never heard of that Devata before, but when you talked about, this perfect form of devotion, this is kind of a perfect entry into some of the things I was going to talk about. So this Shakti, this Yajaman, you'll hear this in the Brahmanas, this Yajaman. And this Udyamana Shakti, Yajaman, Udyamana Shakti. This was a person, sometimes it was referring to the person who actually gave everything for the sacrifice. And this is an important feature here, this giving. Okay, because tapasya is nothing but a giving. We're going to talk about it. It's nothing but a loss, actually. You're not gaining anything. You're doing it sometimes for a certain gain of something, but you have to lose something in order to gain that thing. There's a sacrifice here. So this Shakti is very special because it gives a power to rise through sacrifice, to elevate through sacrifice, through giving. Very simple way we can see this is through the 11th house in charity. Okay, so we give something to create something bigger. And this is a very material way to see it. You can rise in society by creating a big nonprofit or something like that. It's a very materialistic view of it, but that's all spiritual too. If spirituality is real, material is part of it. How could you separate? So sure, that's one level of it, you could say. That's one level of it. So this nakshatra has a power of sacrifice somehow. Okay, it's a very important thing to understand about it, because I think this nakshatra gets labeled as being ugra a lot in personality, and very commonly we need to examine very closely if Mangal is involved or some aggressive graha influences there, because sometimes just the moon there, the person's very calm. Actually, they may have anxiety or something like this, well, you know, because this nakshatra does have a tremendous amount of energy, which we'll discuss, but they're not always fierce in personality or moody or any of these things. This is not always, you know, this is, I think personality astrology needs to take a back seat if we are to reclaim what the rishis were doing with Jyotish. If we are to actually bow our heads as students of this vidya and come with our heads down, we might need to examine the process that we've engaged, which is to constantly make these predictions and constantly assert personality traits of these nakshatras. It actually can do much more harm than good, because it can leave a person feeling very misunderstood, unseen, and therefore they weren't able to actually link themselves with their own energy. We're only here for them, right? We're only here for others. So if we can't be really helpful to them, there's no point in even opening our mouths. And I don't think it's always helpful to say, oh, this is an Ugra nakshatra, you have mood swings, or you're going to be a serial killer. I've actually had people come to me frightened that someone had told them that this is the nakshatra of serial killers. So I really giggled about that, because actually there's actually nakshatras that are statistically high serial killers. It was very funny. So, but it's not the nakshatra it's not the nakshatra. Okay, we can't do astrology this way. We're going to cause a lot of fear. Not only that, you'll mislabel, you'll make mistakes, and you're actually blocking. The brahmanas were used for, they speak about ritual, the ritual use of the timing of the muhurt of the nakshatra. So there was seen as a tremendous upward moving force when this nakshatra was when the moon would align with this nakshatra, and the tithi was important, but when the moon would align with this nakshatra, there was a tremendous fierce upward moving force. So immediately we do think of, to Dr. Paiji's point, when people discuss this forbidden word now, kundalini. I'm so scared to use that word, but when people do talk about these natural forces, when the spiritual awakening does start happening, there is an upward moving force and this fierce fire to burn all of the bondage in the Sushumna Nadi. So when it goes, the fierce fierce rising upward of that fire, you could say this is an Ugra nakshatra from that, okay? Because it has the responsibility to burn all of that, okay? So when we put these ingredients together, we're dealing with a very interesting nakshatra, okay? When we look at it, it's basis below and its basis above. Each nakshatra has that. So the power is to power of elevation through sacrifice or through giving away. Okay, so let's put that one place. Okay, that can be applied to material world or spiritual world. Okay, whatever why people are separating those, but you know, in this case, just for simplicity's sake, that's there. Then next we have this basis above and a basis below to support the world. Okay, the world becomes supported when this world becomes supported, okay, when the good of it is considered along with what's good for the devas. So when those two things are in harmony, then a great foundation is created for all beings. When the world of the Devas and the world of, let's say, the humans, the Manus, because this is a Brahma Trimurti Nakshatra, by the way. Any Brahma Trimurti Nakshatra is linked with the Manus, genetics, and all of that. Okay. Even though Lord Shiva may be one of the Devatas here, this is a Brahma Trimurti Nakshatra. So it is considering what is good for the world of the Manus. The best thing, the most stability is created for this world when the world of the Devatas and the world of the Manus are in harmony. Okay, so this is interesting. This is very interesting because when we hear stories of the Rakshasas, usually the only problem is that they're severely out of balance. Forget good and bad. Rakshasas, none of us can say we're even half as knowledgeable as some. I mean, look at the Rakshasas. They're very powerful beings in these stories. Okay. So the main problem with them is they is in excess. What they do disrupts the balance of nature. What they do is very severe and it ends up throwing everything out of balance. Therefore, it overthrows the throne of Indra. Because Indra's throne is he has to keep the Devatas each allotting their work to keep everything in balance, nature in balance. And the world of the humans is very affected when you have someone too power hungry, too this, too that, or too little. We have famines, then we have floods. Anything too much, too little creates absolute disaster. So Purva Bhadra, as I'm moving to a certain point, guys. The river is flowing to an ocean. I know I speak circular sometimes, but trust me, I'm getting to a point. It's very important to remember and hold on to this quality of too much, too little here with Purva Bhadra, because it is all about what is the real foundation, what throws you off a foundation. How we already started in the beginning with the Purva Vaidya of catching that original rag, but you have to be in a very subtle state, to catch that at the root. Most of us aren't, and especially in this world, it's almost impossible for us to be in such a subtle state that we can catch that first rag, that first whim. Usually that rag, that attraction or aversion, whatever it is, whatever that disturbance is going to result in one of the Shadripus. For most of us, our vision is going to be clouded. So the most we can do is try to remember what's good for all beings. Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra is the churning of that ocean, okay? I know we have spoken many times, the Pi team, all of us have spoken many times about the story of the Samudra Manthan, and this churning of the ocean. It's a very big theme in some of the nakshatras, just like Ashlesha Nakshatra. It becomes a very big story with the Vish and all of that. But here we have the mountain. Okay, here we have the pillar, which is nothing but the Sushumna Nadi, guys. When it comes to yogic thought, it's nothing but that. Okay, really. And who's the snake that Vasuki that goes on either side and they pull it back and forth? So let's just, and it takes the Devas and the Rakshasas to do this. Your good and bad tendencies. If you want to keep it simple, like a children's story, right? It takes both. It takes the attraction and the aversion. It takes the purity and the pollution. It actually takes both to attain the supreme. What's at the end of this here, may I gain the radiance of this and splendor of spiritual knowledge, Gyan. So Ajay Kapada desires to gain the tejas and this pure quality of perception. Okay, so when we look at spiritual knowledge, is it information? No, It can't be through words, right? Let's just go by a process of elimination. We could have infinite information and never reach spiritual knowledge. The spiritual knowledge, we throw these words around as if they are understood as soon as they hit the ear. And we take them for granted almost. So knowledge really has very little to do with information. The indriyas give us, the indriyas give us information. So many things give us information. So what is this splendor? What is this glow of spiritual knowledge? What is this light of spiritual knowledge that Ajay Kapada is desirous of attaining when he goes upward? What is that? And what kind of foundation does he need to have that? So it's a question that I would ask all of you. It should provoke your curiosity, especially those of you who are interested in spiritual knowledge. What does that mean? And I want to give just a little example of this, that it's not just information, before I move to my next slide, and we'll get more into the meat of this. So a dear friend of mine had actually died, was dead for several minutes. And this person, I was expecting to have these, these near-death experiences. So when they came out of this, they contacted me and said, nothing is on the other side. It's all black. And I said, you saw black? It was just all black? And they said, yeah, nothing's there. I just saw black. And I said, well, who was seeing the black? Who was observing? Who was seeing that there was not the black, the color black is the actual experience. It can't be nothing if you can experience it. And who was experiencing it for her to tell me? Are you following me? Who was that was aware of that she was calling nothing? Who was aware of that? That is the question. Because that, okay, so many people go to death and they have all these experiences. Hers was very fascinating. It's not about what she experienced, it was about who was actually witnessing that. Who was the witness? That might be what this is referring to with spiritual knowledge. The sacrifice. We're going to examine what this sacrifice is. So it's a one-footed Devata. And I want you to pay close attention to how much it looks like the Trishul of Lord Shiva. And there is talk in yogic communities that the Trishul is nothing but Ida Pingala Shishumna. Okay, we can say something like that. I am no expert or guru. I can give no one any kind of awakening. All I can do is share from some place. But when I speak about these things, I feel like a little child, and I just want to keep my head down. So you guys are very aware when I'm not taking authority to know these things as a guru would, okay? So you need to investigate them yourself. But I'm only bringing it to your awareness that these things are much deeper than, oh yeah, Shiva carries a Trishul, and oh, this is a one-footed deity. So, okay, look at this image. In our modern times, there's a key trait of Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra I would like to discuss here. It's one of the number one nakshatras that I do find it very commonly interested in spiritual topics. If it is worldly and very involved in the world, it will still be drawn to Jyotish or these kinds of things, even if they're very heavily involved in the world. And one of the things I find is that there can be either going to numerous paths, like visiting numerous gurus or reading from various sources, or studying various traditions and having a lot of intellectual knowledge. Once again, information, I'm trying to pull it down to a different place. So all this information, it's like, oh, this guru says this, but I don't know if I agree with that, which is an important process in discernment. Okay. Everything I'm discussing here is about to make sense. And so just please bear with me. It's a very important process with discernment to question the guru, or to question gurus, and to maybe go to various places and see what you agree with and what you don't. This is actually very important. Very, very important. But if you stay there and you stay in a place of seeking experiences on the surface of the waves, and you don't fix your energies and specifically your devotion in one place, if you don't use your discernment and your ability to challenge these gurus or spiritual teachings, if you don't use them to anchor yourself in one place, you will spend this entire life running in circles. Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra was considered the most spiritual nakshatra. It had the most ability to generate spiritual energy in the Brahmanas. Spiritual energy is generated by concentration of force. We get a lot of power when we concentrate our force. When it's dissipated and it's spread in various directions, so hence to Dr. Payaji's point, it's a devata with one leg and two heads looking in different directions as an old form. This is the confusion. And we'll see this in a lot of the guru nakshatras, that there's a tendency to, they all need to collect their energy somehow in one singular point. A good example is Vishaka. Okay, so it's the split. It's the split. But Surya is born out of Vishaka. Okay. The graha of singular self-autonomy, the natural Atma Karka, okay, this is very important to contemplate these things, is born out of the split, the chemistry of Vishaka, okay? Because without division and the struggle of confusion, you will never find that singularity. You must go through that turmoil. Same thing is happening in Ajay Kapada, where there's with Purva Bhadrapada, and Ajay Kapada is telling you at some point there has to be an anchoring of this intensity in one point, because you only have one foot, one Sushumna, one, look at people like Mirabai. Look at people like Tulsidas, okay? Look at the one-pointed focus that he had on his wife until she told him, if you loved God like this, there's nothing you couldn't achieve. Look at Mirabai. Did she have Krishna, Kali, Shiva, this, that? She had one. She became one river going to the ocean. That takes courage. That takes a lot of courage to choose one. Okay, to dig a well in one place until you hit water. If you spend your energy digging a well in multiple places, all your energy is going to be dissipated. You're just going to bleed out. You're just going to bleed out before you hit water. So when people come and they're telling you they're going to multiple gurus, that's okay. Or they're going to they have multiple devatas that they're worshiping. That's okay. Or they're having multiple disciplines. This doesn't have to, or multiple jobs. It doesn't matter. It can be anything. You can literally apply it to anything. They have multiple partners, whatever it is. Eventually, the energy is going to be less effective because in one lifetime, there's not infinite energy. You're going to discover this the older you get. When you're old, your energy is going to go. And so there is a very divine lesson in this nakshatra. The next nakshatra being Uttarabhadra, which is the serpent of the deep. Just contemplate this. You cannot go deep by staying on the waves. You cannot go deep. So these two nakshatras work very much together because the welfare of the earth comes through these two nakshatras. Actually, it's spoken about in the Brahmanas. These two nakshatras have something special to do with what brings the rains, right? What brings the fertility of the earth. Devotion has a lot to do with that, actually. Love has a lot to do with that, I have to say. But we throw that word around too. We throw the fire of love around, just this romance, that romance. You're just going to burn yourself out. Go ahead and do it if you have to. But remember that at some point, you're not going to have infinite energy. Okay, go for it. But please invest your energies in a place that's worth it. That's the thing. So tapas is implied here, okay? And tapas is implying a loss, not a gain at first. So like you throwing off something that's a burden so that you can be finally free. Finally free. So there's a liberation here that this nakshatra is looking for, okay? This nakshatra is looking for a liberation, a form of freedom. But once again, you cannot find that without some kind of loss. And you cannot find that without sitting. Or you see all this tapasya with someone standing on one leg. These are very important things to contemplate, okay? So you cannot find this freedom from the prison you're in by doing more things that perpetuate that prison. So you really think about that, okay? So if you're staying in, if you want to have spiritual freedom, but then you're wanting to make all these excuses for why you need to do the same things that are leading to your bondage, these things need to be questioned. So this nakshatra is a great churning of the intellect, actually. This nakshatra has a great churning of the intellect. Many people have to face, fears here, anxieties, things like that, because this nakshatra is going to ask you what's good, what's truly good for you, what is truly good for all, okay? What's truly good for the world of the gods is actually good for the world of the humans too. It actually is good for those to be in balance, But we don't understand anything of that anymore because we've become so incredibly out of touch with nature. So this nakshatra is a place where, people born under it are very commonly asking very deep questions. And this is the reason why they will be seeking. And they will often be very good at spotting flaws in these gurus or in these teachings or anything. So it's actually a very good trait of their intellect that they do this. It's not, I do not discourage that, for the very reason that this is one of the birth stars of Budh Graha. Okay, so please, right here, this is why Budh Graha represents the perfect student. You cannot usually reach Gyan, even let's say, if you want to learn anything, Even if you want to learn it on your own. I'm not telling you that I'm not saying that you have to go do it this certain way, okay? But sooner or later, you're going to have to put your head down to something or someone. You're going to have to fix your attention in one place. You're going to have to fix your devotion in one place in order to reach that goal. So you'll hear Purva Bhadrapada Jatam with Bud Graha's kavach and with his mantras often. There are other nakshatras that he's said to be born under. Each graha has a few. We need to think about what birth means to understand why the grahas would have a birth star, because the outcome of that nakshatra would possibly be related, the gyan, the awareness generated from that nakshatra, the fruit of that nakshatra, because what is a child? It's the fruit. The baby is the fruit of the parents. Okay, so that graha becomes the fruit, in a way, of this nakshatra, if you will. So does Bud graha have the characteristics of Purva Bhadrapada? No, this is all this personality astrology has led us to that. Bud graha's personality probably is not much like Purva Bhadrapada. Okay, it's actually the outcome of Purva Bhadrapada, the fruit, the outcome of that nakshatra that will lead to Bud graha's blessing, to what he is. Just like I have down here, peace can be born from war. Okay, so I have the life of the Buddha. I know some people don't feel that the avatar linked with Bud graha is the Buddha. I respect everyone's feelings and belief. I myself have no belief. If I don't experience it, how do I know? So I'm not pushing any belief on you here by having the Buddha here linked with Bud graha. Some people do accept that the Buddha was the avatar of Bud graha. Nonetheless, I have the Buddha story here because it has all of the features. Because Buddha did really have the nature of Bud graha, regardless of if you accept him as the avatar of Bud graha or any of this, whatever school of thought you belong to or what you feel very strongly about. Bud graha is the child of Chandra graha, full of rag, full of dvesha, full of attraction and aversion. Chandra, he's always getting in trouble of his romance. He doesn't want to he's got aversion towards his wife Jeshta, and he has extreme attraction towards his wife Rohini, So he's just full of all this romance and all this drama. And out of his struggle, out of the struggle of this romantic nature comes Bud, who gets the shop, or you curse, you could even say the blessing of Brahaspati in his mother's womb to have no gender, to not be disturbed by romance. Okay, it was considered a curse, but actually ends up being a blessing. Okay, so what does the Buddha do? The Buddha is a young prince in his life, a young prince in his life, who's sheltered from old age, suffering, and death. His father is very fearful of a prediction of a rishi about his son. So he has this palace constructed where Buddha can never know, where he can never know about the presence of suffering. Anyone ill in the palace is removed immediately before this prince Siddhartha can see them. So one day he sees them. This is a very simplified version, but he goes out into the city and he sees suffering in the form of illness. He sees death. He's never seen death before. Okay, it's like trauma to him. He's never seen this. And what does he do? Sits in one place. Does he go around and read? And does he study and do all this stuff? What do we think Buddha is? What is Buddha? What is Buddha? What is that awareness? What is that discernment there? Who is he? He's symbolized by an arrow. Can you launch an arrow and hit 18 different points with one arrow? I mean, you can maybe if you have special siddhis, I don't know. But us in the human world, one arrow, one target. The Buddha goes, he immediately cuts his hair off, sits under a tree and does severe tapasya, Purva Bhadrapada. He does the Purva Bhadrapada from seeing the funeral cot. Okay, this is very important, guys. This is very important because the nature of reality, Buddha is always questioning the nature of reality. That's why he can destroy really romance and all of those things. If you look at many of the tantric practices of the Buddhists, I actually have a very deep love for Milarepa and some of the, I don't talk about it much, but I love a lot of this. You guys know Rusbe. We talk about it sometimes. So he's very much, he's initiated into these traditions. So we've talked quite a bit about these great sants of Tibet, actually. And so many of them go on this path, by the way. And one of their ways of contemplating is contemplating and one of their ways of establishing detachment from the suffering of this reality, or one of their ways of slowing the mind and conditioning the chitta, which is all this lunar business of attraction and aversion. One of their ways of slowing that down so they can catch the original rag when it starts in the seed form is contemplating the nature of this reality very flatly. Like when they see the beauty of a woman, they think of her, oh, she'll age. Oh, they think about all the harsh realities related to being in a marriage. They think of all the drama that comes from this, and they think of all the disappointments and eventually even the sufferings that will come from the attachment to her body. So they disillusion themselves. They disillusion themselves with this contemplation. The same thing with wealth, the troubles that come from being a rich man or a rich woman, or from having attachments to this world. It's not that attachments are bad. This isn't the philosophy behind this. It's not to make it good and bad. It's not to tell someone they shouldn't be attached. We shouldn't be preachers. It's if you see someone truly seeking peace of mind, truly seeking to be free of rag, then this is helpful for them. If they're not seeking that, forget it. Don't, just be their friend. There's nothing, what do we have to prove to anyone? In spiritual communities, a lot of people preach to each other, but we need to take care of our own business first. We're all in darkness. We're all eclipsed by attraction and aversion because we all have Janma Nakshatra, moon. We are all moon. And where are the nodes? They're attached to the moon, and they're the eclipses. So we're all eclipsed, and until we know truth, how can we lead anyone out of the stickiness, this mess? Okay, so Buddha is born out of all of that intense tapasya. Okay, so he actually in the Vara chakra, which is the days of the weeks, follows Mangal. And Mangal is the burning of that intense tapasya. So he's the first clarity that we get. It's very, very, I wanted to leave you guys with that. So to finalize, I just wanted to close with Ramakrishna. You know, I'm not into predictive astrology so much anymore. And I really just, the more devotion I have for these things, I almost want to be silent about it, to be honest. I'm having a very hard time even tonight speaking about it. But, you know, Paramahansa Ramakrishna, he is a Purva Bhadrapada moon. Now, what's interesting about him, very interesting, is that he had the realization of multiple faiths. But how did he do it? How did he do it? I want you to study his life. When he would go and study one of them, so when he studied the Tantras with Bhairavi Brahmani, when he studied with her, and he studied the Agora path with her, okay? He studied all of this with her. If you get, I think it's Sri Ramakrishna Leela Prasanga. I think the more in detailed, longer biography has a lot of this. I don't hear many people talk about this. We over sanitize these saints. We over sanitize them. He did a lot of the shmashan work with Bhairavi Brahmani. When he did this, he did it 100% focus, devotion. He did not consider any other path. He wasn't going to any other guru. When he did this, he was fully devoted. When he went and did his devotion to Islam, when he did it to Buddhism, he actually did each faith. He said he even completely forgot that Mother Kali existed. He didn't even look at any other path until he had the realization of that sadhana. So Purva Bhadrapada, it gets its fruit through this arrow. This is why it is one of the birth stars of Bud Graha. Through this arrow of concentration, it gets its fruit by this devotion. Now, Paramahansa Ramakrishna was a lifetime devotee of Mother Kali. That is what he's known for. And his realization, his supreme realization, his first, what you would call the one that really was the lightning striking him, his death, so that he could be born as who he was, the death of the little self and the awakening of the real one, came through Mother Kali. So, you know, he was so desperate to see her. This is that kind of devotion. He was so desperate to see her that, you know, he was about to end his own life with her weapon. Okay. So, you know, I don't like talking about that much, because I know in our society, we have a lot of emphasis on mental health and all of these things. And I don't want to bring those kind of things forward. But, and it's getting increasingly difficult to speak about certain things because of, you know, sensitivity level. People don't always even listen to you before, or ask you questions before they get offended or they get confused. So I do ask all of you, if you do take the time to study Paramahansa Ramakrishna's story, or any of these great saints of the past, please don't discredit them before you consider the time period they were in, you know, the situation that they're in, the culture they're born into. You know, with the world's environment today, we're very divided. Speaking of division, we're very divided. And a lot of virtue signaling is what they call it, like thinking that we've got the right way and then going and preaching about it, and or you know, going and attacking someone because they said something, or getting your feelings hurt. I would really question this kind of sensitivity. I say this very gently, but I would ask you, is it making you weaker or stronger as a person? And is it making the world a better place to react like that? Is it really bringing the world of the gods and the humans together, or is it creating more division between us as brothers and sisters? So if you do study the life of Ramakrishna, there are some shocking things, I think, in a lot of these saints' lives. So Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, when you study this too, there are shocking things related to this. Please go in with your head down and your heart open and try to discern what these things are. So so Ramakrishna had a very interesting a very interesting example of Purva Bhadrapada, that the entire creating of spiritual energy, the production of spiritual energy, of that immense that magnetic pull that all of his disciples felt around him. He didn't even have to say much. He did, but he was actually not educated. But he knew all of the shastras. If you spoke to him about it, he would just know it. It wasn't because he studied it. Okay. Now, Bud also has that link. Bud Graha also has that link with Vishnu and Prithvi Tattva. Now, this can be important to understand here too, because it's a very subtle thing. But in Bud Graha's names, if I go back to his, I don't know if I wrote them here. Yes. In his names, you will see that he grants stability of mind. Now, we always talk about Chandra Graha with peace of mind, but Chandra Graha and his association just shows peace of mind, that, your capacity for it. How strong is your attraction and aversion? How strong is it going to pull you back and forth? Bud shows that stability that comes from Swa, because he is the only Graha that when he's Ucha, he's in Swa condition, Avashta, Swa Avashta. So that means he is self-contained, self-confident, he's embodied in himself. Therefore, that stability of mind, that balance, because they actually call him Sama too, which means same, even. And he's called both Sukshma and Stula. Excuse me, let me have some water here. Boy, I'm talking too much. So he gives that stability of mind when he is in a good condition in the horoscope. But what does that even mean? I think we need to re-examine a lot of these rules, because it doesn't mean if you have a Nicha Bud, he's not in a good condition. Okay, so please don't be too quick to jump to the way if you have a strong Bud or Graha or relationship with this force is if you have stability of mind. Okay. So he's both Sukshma and Stula, which is a quality. So he's both material and subtle, which is a quality of the avatar. Like when Vishnu incarnates, or a guru, you could say as well, you could say that too, but when he has to take physical form, okay, there's the material form, but then there's still the subtle quality. Bud is both. That Prithvi Tattva is very interesting, because he's in the family of Brahaspati, born out of wedlock, right? And Brahaspati is the carrier of Akasha Tattva. Bud Graha deals with speech. This is making me remember that I needed to say this. Deals with speech. That is nothing but the architecture of Akash. Form of Akash. To give Akash or sound form is speech. Okay, so it's Prithvi in a way. You're in a way, when you hear my voice, this is the gross world, right? The material world. This is under the, in Sankhya philosophy, it's still under the tamas portion. All the 5 elements are, they're all under tamas. So there's materialized sound, because there's other sounds. There's subtle sound. There's Brahmanad, right? There's the nod. That is not, you know, shadow of a shadow of a shadow of a shadow. So they're saying something about Budgraha here, that he has the capacity for both stula and sukshma. Okay. So if he's born out of Purva Bhadrapada, then we can think and contemplate deeper about what this may mean. Okay, guys, this was a long thing, and it's all about really something deeper that people may not even care about. So I apologize. But that's all I can talk about. I'm very sorry. So I don't know how to stop sharing.
I think, yeah, you just need to click on stop share thing equals to Zumba. Okay. That was great, AG. That was great. But I'll give it over to Aditya right now, so that you can continue.
I'm
with this
already
thing.
hungry. Oh man, Udgraha.
Yeah.
Let's
Awesome.
Baba,
No?
you should have some snacks.
Yeah, I'm sure he's packed, right? Yeah. Oreos, right? Yeah.
I already have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was nice. Nice to, yeah, Budgraha. It's interesting. Yeah. No, very deep meaning. And it's nice to see Chandra. When I was teaching astronomy in my class, I showed the picture of moon surface and the Mercury surface. And if I have not given them the names, it's very difficult to identify what is moon and what is Mercury, because both surfaces look exactly similar. Father and the son, because both have got a lot of craters, in fact, because of the meteorite impacts and all. So they look very similar. And it was like, and for me, when I was teaching, it immediately came to my mind, the father and the son looks very similar. So completely an astronomical point of view. But awesome. Thank you. Thanks. It was great. Let me share my screen here. I guess you can see the slides probably. So let's start with Purva Bhadrapada. Again, see, we know that the sign falls into the 11th house and the 12th house, Aquarius and Pisces, which occupies the 11th and the 12th house of the Kalpurusha chart. The first 3 padas are in Aquarius, 4th pada is in Pisces. But if you see, even 11th house by Bhavartha Bhavam is basically 12th from the 12th house. So there are a lot of themes of Purva Bhadrapada, you will resonate with the 12th house themes. Okay, so what are 12th house? If I ask 12th house, maybe, so definitely we'll say themes of moksha, meditation, spirituality, and also do not forget about the opposite houses too. Opposite of 11th and 12th house will fall into the 5th and the 6th house. So again, what is 5th and 6th house? 5th house deals with karma, your Purva Punya karmas, karma with children, karma with subordinates. 6th house deals with routine, struggle, competitors, debt, litigations, all those. So all these themes somehow will play an important part or some association with Purva Bhadrapada, you may be able to compare. The symbol of Purva Bhadrapada is swords and the man with 2 faces. Now, just with man with 2 faces, what are the themes that comes to mind? The themes of duality, opposite themes. When you say sword, the sharpness. These people can be very sharp. Sharpness in saying, sharpness in their behavior, sharpness in their attitude, something like that. Now, when they have 2 faces, they are facing 2 sides. That means they will be able to understand the pros and cons of a situation very well. So those, just by seeing this image, you can think of those. They will, if given a situation, they may think about both. So they are very good, maybe a planner or something like that, very good planner. But at the same time, sharpness of sword can be there. And something, so associate the qualities of these symbols within real life, and then you can come up with the qualities of this nakshatra. And I have seen personally in my own experience, very good planner. I feel very good resonated with people with Purva Bhadrapada because they think in both ways, which is also again Mercury, which Eve was mentioning. The knowledge, the thing is Sama. And if you see, the day of Mercury is Wednesday, which exactly falls in the middle of the week. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 3 days. Then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, next 3 days. And Wednesday, the day of Mercury is exactly in between. So, Sama. So seeing the two sides. So that's what exactly Mercurian attitude, So that again, you can relate it to it. The symbol is sometimes also front legs of the funeral cot. That's what they say. So all this Dr. Pai did mention about this. So let's move forward. So now talking about astronomy, as Dr. Pai said, the stars of this is the constellation of Pegasus. Okay, and these stars here, this is called when Dr. Pai was saying the great square of Pegasus. So this is the great square of Pegasus. Very easily identifiable if you go in the sky, in the night sky, especially during the month of August, September. It's like you can see the entire night, this constellation. And this is the Alpha Pegasus, which is also called as the name is called as Markab. It's an Arabic name of the star, Markab. And if you talk in sidereal astrology, this exactly comes at the Aquarius 29.5 degree. So very close to the Aquarius, where you will find this Yogatara of Purva Bhadrapada. Okay, so this is the whole constellation, and I'm just showing you how the picture of that horse. This is the great square of Pegasus, and this is the horse. Let's understand some mythology of Pegasus. Who was Pegasus? Pegasus, of course, is the horse, the winged horse, having wings, horse having wings and going. If you go to the mythology of Pegasus, because I'm going to say the story and then just figure out the themes of Purva Bhadrapada from those words. So the story goes, Zeus, another important character, he had a horse. This horse was basically of Zeus, and Zeus used to throw lightning bolt and hurl thunder in the war. Okay, and this horse was very loyal to Zeus, and Zeus was so amazed or so happy with this horse that he placed this horse in the sky. That's one story, it goes like that. The other story is Pegasus is an immortal winged horse. He was tamed by this guy, Bellerophon, who rode him into battle. And what battle he was going? Fire breathing, to kill that demon of fire breathing Chimera. Anyway, they won the battle. So Bellerophon was very happy. And but the Pegasus was like, he used to ride on Pegasus, but the Pegasus threw him away. And he just threw Bellerophon, and he just kept riding to the heavens and took place among the stars. So these are the two stories of Pegasus. Now, if you see this story, of course, you can see that wars, fights are associated with this, both the stories. What are fights again? Sixth house, competition, competitors, and all those themes can come up. Kept riding threw the hero away and kept riding. So they are very much, you can say, passionate or oriented towards a goal. Now, this goal can also be meditation, spirituality, like he was mentioning about Ramakrishna Paramahansa. How these yogis and all those yogis, she has yogis pictures too. They have to have that goal, correct? They have to have that aim, no matter what it is. So that quality is also seen in this Purva. So I will go through maybe some points later, but that's the one pointed or the consistent efforts to reach the higher. And lightning bolt and hurling thunder, lightning bolt connected to Rudras and rains and all those things you can see. Something like that. So these qualities you can see in Purva Bhadrapada. Now, if you say the sun transits, when the sun transits, because we know that Purva Bhadrapada extension goes from Aquarius 20 degree to Pisces 3 degree 20 minutes. And sun transits this part of the sky from 4th to 18th March every year. So that is when the sun is in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Of course, we have talked about Ajay Kapada. See, Purva Bhadrapada, you basically split this verse. Purva means former. Bhadra has got different meanings in Sanskrit. Some says blessed, some says auspicious, some says fortunate, prosperous, happy, good, gracious, beautiful, pleasant. There are many meanings. Bhadra. Bhadra Yoga, we sometimes. Again, Bhadra Yoga comes from Mercury, you know.
Yogi, I was just gonna say that's the one thing I forgot. Yeah,
Yeah.
his Mahapurush yoga is called Bhadra.
Bhadra.
And also when he associates, when Buddha associates with any graha, he takes their nature. So we think of that with like you have to be careful when you're like a student or someone on the path who you associate with, because Buddha is that delicate focus, right? It can get thrown off. Yeah.
On both sides, yeah.
So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And pada can be division, pada can be foot, can be anything. The deity is known as Ajay Kapada, which I think EG and Arjun, Dr. Pai has talked about it. Aja, the word Aja is not born, unborn, never born. Ekapad means one-footed. So one-footed, never born. I tried to find a lot of stories about him in Vedic, but I was hardly able to find something about where his origin was, from which, but I was unable to find it. But anyway, this is a picture. You can see the picture of Ajay Kapada in this picture here, where this is the picture of Ajay Kapada. I don't know how I could see everyone's picture here, but anyway, yeah. Ajay Kapada, this is the photo of Ajay Kapada at what? At this temple. There is an Ekapad Bhairav. It is called in the 64 Jogini temple is in Orissa, Hirapur. This is my own picture actually. I did go, when did I go? 1.5 years back, something like that. But due to COVID, they were not allowing inside. So I could only take pictures from outside, you know. So, and they have the 64 Jogini temple, the 64 Yoginis photo. Ye and Je are in Odia and Bengali, they don't have Ye and Je. So it's Ye and Je are called the same. So Jogini is Yogini also. So Chausati means 64 Yogini temple. And this is outside of the temple. This is that picture which I took. This is that circle there actually. It's just like a circle, and at some divisions they have placed the 64 Yoginis. Out of that, one of them is, I think one picture is of this Bhairava too. Our friend, Mr. Ekapad or Dr. Ekapad, Ajay Ekapad picture. Okay, so but this was the gate, and I was not allowed to go inside because of COVID. Everything was closed. Correct? So made 1.5 years back. So this is the actual. This picture is from Wikipedia, but this is actually my picture of taken from the camera. See, there's also one god, Ulagalanda Perumal temple in Kanchipuram, actually. And we know this is not Shiva, but this is Vishnu. And we know the story of Mahabali and all those there. Again,
so this is actually Vamana Avatar, right? Just to
Vamana
clarify.
Avatar.
Yeah.
That's Vamana Avatar, where Mahabali, the demon king, was praying for having access to all the worlds. And this small boy comes, this Vishnu comes in the form of Vamana, and then we know that story, Vamana Avatar story. See, he stands, and this is a picture which is there in this temple. And he's one leg is pointing towards Brahma Lok, other is pointing towards the Manusha Loka, and then he's mapping all the connections. I think you talked about the connections and all. So basically, it's what he's doing. He's connecting all the worlds, basically, standing on one leg. And why the whole thing was, if you see the story, why he had to take this Vamana Avatar, basically to subside the ego of King Mahabali. So with that story, you can also understand this Purva Bhadrapada natives. I have always seen many times some ego issues are there. Some ego issues are there always. I have given many examples. I can give you. My sister itself is Purva Bhadrapada. So I should not say. Yeah, but sometimes some quenching of ego has to be there, which comes sometimes in later part in life too. Sometimes they will have, but some ego issues needs to be subsided. That's one thing which I have seen. And this is a story which shows by this Vamana avatar too. So some connection with that is required. So one point to take, maybe Purva Bhadrapada natives need to put it down. Killing of their ego issues. Coming to the tree, mango tree is considered as the tree for this nakshatra. Now let's understand the importance of mango tree and see what are the terms. See, mango, another is all parts are used, leaves, fruit, bark, its sap, its seed can be used for all different purposes. Now leaves, they make it powder, dry that, powder it, and or sometimes make concoction. And what it does, it reduces the blood sugar and pressure, blood pressure and blood sugar. It can be reduced for dysentery, good for the gut, burn, healing. See, again, when I have put this in this green color or maybe fluorescent color, you can think about which houses this connect to. Good for the gut, burn, healing. Think about burning, healing, sun, which houses, 5th house, 6th house. Lot of 5th house, 6th house things will be there. Blood sugar, pressure. Blood sugar is again sugar, pancreas. Pancreas, if you say the body is again the 5th and the 6th house junction where your pancreas and all is there. Good for the gut, again the 6th house. The fruit itself, the mango is considered as a king of the fruit. Everyone in India may be knowing it. King, again, king is what? Sun, again connected to 5th house, Leo sign. It's a good for antioxidant, aid digestion, also good for heart and eye health. Heart again, 5th house. And it's called a rich in iron. It's very rich in iron too. Again, iron is what element connected to Saturn. Saturn again 11th house again Purva Bhadrapada. Bark is used for diarrhea. Sap, they say it could give you relief from the bee sting, the sap of this mango tree. Now bee connected with again ultraviolet, so you can or maybe with Rahu and Saturn, but Rahu and Saturn again comes to the house of Aquarius, which is where this Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra lies. The seed is the mango, but they make mango butter from the seed. I don't know, I never heard, but sometimes in the yesterday research I saw that. Okay, it soothes sunburns, stretch marks, scars, wrinkles, losing weight and decrease obesity. Now do not claim anything and do something like that on your own, I won't say, and then you may have some other problems and then you will blame me. So, but generally this is considered a lot of importance of mango tree, and you can see a lot of connection with the 5th house and the 6th house and the 11th house and all those things.
One thing I want to add quickly, Aditya, is that leaf is also used as toothbrush, So in Kerala, no, I mean, if you don't have toothbrush, that's what you do actually, Yeah.
With mango, yeah. The bark, the twigs, correct?
Yeah, the twigs and the leaves actually, you would actually use that leaf actually to brush your teeth with. So that's something we did actually, yeah.
Now, if you see, mango leaves play a very important role in pujas, in Hindu pujas and all. They will make a kalash. Kalash is like a pot. They will put mango leaves, and then they will put this coconut, and then it is called a Soma Kalash. Again, Soma Kalash. This is called a Soma Kalash, Chandra Kalash, Indra Kumbha, Purna Ghata. Purna means complete, Ghat means pot. Purna Ghata, Purna Virakamsya, Bhadra Ghata, Mangal Ghata. It's all different names for the same thing. Okay, Ghat means pot, and Purna Ghata means complete pot. Bhadra Ghata, Bhadra is again auspicious pot. Mangal means again auspiciousness and all. And again, Soma Kalash, Chandra Kalash. Soma means again connected to moon. Chandra is again connected to moon. Symbol, it is used for auspiciousness and and it is considered as an embodiment of Ganesha or Lakshmi or Gauri. It's in pujas. And sometimes they say that it is also a representation of the 5 elements. The wide base of the metal pot is considered as earth. The expanded center with where you put water, that is the water, where you have that water put in that pot. Because we put water and then we put leaves and then you put that coconut. The neck of the pot is fire, opening of the mouth is wind, coconut and mango leaves represent ether. Again, ether is coming in the picture. Ether is again the earth element and all. And in many temples, what they do is they will sprinkle this water. They'll dip this mango leaves inside the water and they will sprinkle it on people. You must have seen in many temples they do that. It's like purification and all. Now again, when I think about that. What is, because in temple, when you're going and doing the puja and all, or maybe during, what is that, in 7 o'clock they do, I forgot the, oh my God. Aarti, they say, correct? Aarti. They before that they will sprinkle water. What happens in an aarti? Everyone comes together. There is a gathering of people, a conglomeration of people. So that is what 11th house themes again. It's like Purva Bhadrapada, correct? It's like Purva Bhadrapada. So you have to basically sprinkling water. So they are activating, and they are using, basically they use mango leaf for that. They will dip it and then they will do that. So again, 11th house themes coming there. And again, one more thing is basically when you see those one-footed, I forgot to mention that we were telling about 1 foot of Shiva, 1 foot of Vishnu, and even goddess Kali. If you see 1 foot, she's standing on the goddess Kali on Shiva's body, and 1 foot is there. So something like 1 foot. So when do you stand on 1 foot? Tell me. When we do every day. When we do that.
When we are walking.
When you are climbing steps.
Oh, climbing through, yeah, steps, yeah.
Climbing, you're putting 1 foot, putting 1 foot. You are basically lifting that foot. At that time, you are balancing your body on 1 foot, and then you're going. So what does that mean? To climb something, to go above, to climb, you have to do 1 foot. So you have to basically, you're using 1 foot. So climbing here is what? Going to that goal. Maybe it's spirituality. It can be symbolism of spirituality, ascension. That 1 foot.
This is really interesting because all of the one-leg asanas, you have to concentrate on your balance.
Yes.
Balance.
Yes,
so we
balance.
go to Buddha again, you have to concentrate, you have to clear. And if you study, some Tai Chi, things like this, there's one called the crane. And it actually is said to center the fire in the heart. The fire, you stand on 1 leg for that, but you look at 1 point. If you look at a bunch of different points on, ahead of you, you may fall down and lose your balance. So it's very fascinating. Yeah, it's simple, but we don't often consider how important those things are.
Correct.
If you have 1 leg, your balance is really important.
Correct. See, if you say 11th house is which part of the body?
This is ankles, right?
Shins and ankles.
The calves and all, correct? Calves and all.
Yeah.
Yes,
the best exercise, I was just seeing, now I started to do a gym after a doctor has said me to reduce my blood sugar and all, so I do go. And I was seeing what exercise to do just 2 days back. So what you have to do is, I have no idea about all those things, but what to do. So leg exercise to strong your calves, have good calf muscles and all. You have to basically stand on your toes with 1 leg and take weights and stand on your toes with 1 leg. Of course, 1 leg is, you should not take support, and the other leg you should stand in 1 leg, but not only in the foot, with the toes, and take weights on both hands, and that's how you strengthen your calf muscle. And I said calf muscle, again 11th house, standing on 1 toe, standing on 1 leg toe. So basically what you're doing is Purva Bhadrapada activation. I could stand on my right foot at least for some few seconds, but standing on left foot,
very hard, Tapasya.
Standing on left foot, I get tingling sensation and all. I don't know. I cannot. Hardly 2 seconds I can stand.
Yeah, Purva Bhadrapada activated for you already, right? Before class.
Yeah. Yes, already activated. So I was doing that on the other day and trying to see. So that's how you do basically. And I don't know what is that called. There's also one more machine they have where you have to stand on that and stand on toes and weights and all. Strengthen your calf muscle. So basically what are you doing is it's all Purva Bhadrapada activities. And it's interesting, so great. And Purva Bhadrapada, of course, the planetary rulers, Rashi Lord, Nakshatra Lord, Navamsha Lord, we have in the Navamsha degree, it is Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and Cancer. And of course, the first 3 padas are in Aquarius, so Saturn. It's a Jupiter Nakshatra, so the Nakshatra Lord is Jupiter in all that. And the first is Aries, so Mars, Venus, Mercury, Moon. So mostly the planets which here are associated is basically Saturn and Jupiter. Saturn is for what? Hard work, struggle, efforts, one single pointed concentration. And Jupiter is for what? Religion, philosophy, spirituality, meditation, all the 12th house themes. So exactly that combination, what does these rishis are doing? Doing hard tapasya. Tapasya for what? To reach a meditation. Hard tapasya. Hard is for what? Saturn. So that's the combination they are doing. And of course, with different padas have got different energies in it, but mainly Saturn, Jupiter energy. And I think this all was mentioned by E.G. and Dr. Pai. What is good for, its eye is missing, but that's okay. What is good for all people? What is good for all gods?
I think, what is good for all people, just remove the eye, right? Remove the eye or ego. That is the best good for all, everything, right?
Maybe what is good for all people? Yeah, remove the eye. Maybe that can be, yeah. And support the entire world. So this is already mentioned, so I won't go here. But of course, Purushartha is Artha, Gana is Manushya, Trimurti is, as E.G. mentioned, it's a Brahma Nakshatra actually, because the Trimurti associated with is Brahma. Animal is male lion and bird is Avoset. There is one more bird, very strange bird about this guy, our Mr. Flamingos. They like to always stand in one leg, and scientists are basically understanding why they do that. What is the reason? They say that they do it because that helps them to conserve energy, like stop their muscles leg from the muscle fatting. So once their leg is tired, they can do that for the other leg. So like that, they try to adjust it. Okay, and they say that ducks, swan, and geese too do all this. So it's a balancing of energies again. With this,
there is one thing I want to add here. There is a dance form called as flamingo dancing actually. So I think we must have seen flamingo dancers, So in flamingo dances, what is interesting is that the older the dancer, the older the lady who's dancing, the more stronger her performance is supposed to be. So basically, the more Shakti she carries, that kind of thing. This is one of those very interesting things you see. So it's literally called as flamingo dancing, literally, and you have to become like a flamingo kind of thing that a lot, So it's very interesting also. Yeah.
Correct. Interesting. So this is what, see, we also become flamingos when we walk on the steps, Now that I remember, in the gym, there is one more instrument that we have to walk steps, I don't know what is that called. What is that?
Right?
That machine goes.
Elliptical? Yeah.
I don't know what. Half the names I don't know. Half the names I'm trying to see where the screw goes and what to do in that. How to do
have a Nakshatra gym class with Laddu Baba.
Yes, from Laddus to gym now,
Yes.
Yeah, so but from past 2 days I have just skipped it. I said I cannot do it because so much of things to do. But that's what you do basically. All those Purva Bhadrapada energy actually, flamingo dancing. So basically that's what so essential. Sometimes these people, they claim that this helped them to have less energy expenditure so that they could run fast and all, they people say. But some scientists say that that's not the reason, but because this flamingo stand in one leg for conservation of energy, something like that. Of course, this was there many times. So this is rishis meditating on one leg and all. So maybe if you want to do some asanas, maybe spiritual practices, stand in one leg and start do. Maybe that.
Gigi, what are some good yogasanas with one leg?
You see, we shouldn't do that because someone may try and hurt themselves.
But still,
I'm very, very serious.
Yeah,
And I myself, I have to really say, I stick to very simple asanas, and I don't try to memorize all of them. I stick to the ones that just work simplistically and perfect those. So if any one of you are interested in asanas, I would recommend picking like even Surya Namaskar, if you can even master that. I know everyone is always, there's something like, what do you call it? Like greed that comes into knowledge, where you have to know everything or consume everything, and actually it becomes a real distracting, it's like almost like a diversion to what the original goal was. So even if you can do Surya Namaskar perfectly, even if you can do that, even if you can do 2 or 3 asanas perfectly,
well, I would still encourage
No,
people. Go ahead, Aditya.
No, I will say EG is conservative. I will give you one asana,
Sure.
which anyone can do.
Sure.
Anyone can do is
Yeah.
basically go down, climb the steps every now and then, come down. Hey, you're doing what? One leg you're doing, correct? That's what one
Yeah.
asana.
I think we should listen to Togiji unless the person has knee problems. So guys, be careful.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I would still encourage the balance thing, right? So trying to improve your balance, at least encouragement on that front, I would encourage. You could stand on, I think only asana I know one leg is Vrikshasana, the tree pose, right? That's the only thing I know. Maybe that I would encourage though, but of course you'll fall down initially. So, you know.
If the person has any ankle injury or
Yeah.
this is the thing with asanas is that they are I believe if you even have one that is conducive to your meditation, that's the most important.
Yeah, that's right,
Honestly,
yeah.
that is most important. But for your physical health, Surya Namaskar, if you can have a guide, have a guide, please. Don't just go do it now, you know, or going up like multiple stairs like Rocky or something, you know.
No, do it everything in moderation. That's all. You know.
Yes, I think that's our big theme here with Purva Bhadrapada is bringing everything back to the center, moderation, balance.
Yeah. No, the other exercise which they taught me was what is that? You have to, in school day, I used to do always put your ears and then what is that? Ups and downs.
Ganapati's thing, right? What's it called?
Yeah. What is that called? You know, you have to do kneel down and.
Say again. Yeah, Toppukaranam.
No, that's one exercise also here, man. People do with weights, they do. Of course, they don't do this, but they sit up and down. They do exactly similar in what we do in Ganapati temple. They say that it's good for your brain also. That exercise. That's good for brain when you do that. Of course, it's like make your thighs parallel to the ground and then again go up, do like this. What is that called? Sit-ups? No, sit-ups?
Yeah, sit-ups actually, yeah.
Sit-ups, correct? Yeah, sit-ups they call. But the other version is to stand on their toes and then do. And if you want to do it, another take some weight also and then do it. So these are all some techniques I'm learning. So good for me, I guess. Okay. Again, when you're standing on toes, what you're doing? Calf muscles again. Pressure on your legs. So I'm doing a lot of asanas these days, you can say. Okay, anyway. Talking about, I'm an astronomer, so definitely Markov star is the main star of Vedic square of Pegasus. And if you see this star, they say that it has finished its hydrogen fuel. And it is undergoing a transformation. It is undergoing from its normal stage to its death stage. So that's a transformation. And the type of deity which we have for this nakshatra is also Ajay Kapada, Rudra, transformation. So some transformation theme is even seen in this physical star. Of course, rotational velocity, distance, and all, that's all physics definition. But even astronomically, the star has finished its fuel and undergoing next stage. So it's almost like dying now. Okay, maybe going to moksha level. Again, the same phenomena. Of course, talking about some personalities. Moon in Purva Bhadrapada, I think Evji has mentioned this, so I won't go much in detail about this. Our friend, Mr. Einstein. So you see, Einstein has got sun in Purva Bhadrapada because he was born, I think he was born on 14th March. 14th March, yeah, there it is, 1879. 14 March 1879. Now, apparently his sun is in Purva Bhadrapada. Now, when you say his son is what? Karaka of father. Now, his father was Hermann Einstein. And what did his father do? His father was from 1847 to 1902. He was working in Munich, his father, and this Einstein family used to work in, at that time DC current was coming up. So they were the one who bought the electricity with working with selling dynamo, selling all those to bring electricity in Munich. And it is said that in 1885, Oktoberfest, the famous German festival, here people go and drink a lot of beer, you get Oktoberfest, that's what you get. And they had nice glasses. I did go when I was in Ohio. I never liked that beer, but the glass was of plastic and shoe shape, again, leg shape. It's like shoe shaped glass. I used to have that, but now I don't know. I threw it away when I was transferring basically. But again, shoe shape, it was good. Oktoberfest. They celebrate here too in many parts in US. But in Oktoberfest, he bought the DC lights. First time the direct current lights was there. So why am I saying lights? Purva Bhadrapada. Sun is in Purva Bhadrapada. What is Purva Bhadrapada? Lights, striking bolt of light, electricity. So these themes may be strong, maybe career-wise and all, electricity, lightning strikes, lightning bolt. So all those things are connected with this Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. And you can see how this theme played in his father's chart. I'm not talking about Einstein himself, but Einstein's father. The other thing, everyone may be knowing Abby and Brittany Hensel, American conjoined twins. Birth date, if you say March 7th, 1990. March 7th means Sun is in Purva Bhadrapada. Okay, March, because Sun transits from where? March 4th to March 18th. And conjoined twins, basically. And they also apparently have Venus, Mars, and Saturn in Uttarashada. I was thinking why they have this double personalities. So, so I was just typed some name, famous this conjoined twins, and this, I think this name came out, and they said, they have something in Purva Bhadrapada? And yes, their son was in Purva Bhadrapada. But they also have strong Uttarashada too. And I think they're still surviving, I guess. I think the operation was successful enough. But you can see the conjoined twins. Who is this guy? V.K. Sethi. Anyone knows?
No
one
clue.
knows?
No one knows. I don't know.
No clue. He's famous doctor. Famous. Even I was not knowing, to be true. I did some research. That's why I know. He was the person who was inventor of Jaipur foot. He made Jaipur foot 20th November 1927. And you can see here, I don't know, his time is unknown, so we don't know about his Lagna, but definitely Jupiter is in.
So what is Jaipur foot? What is Jaipur foot, Aditya?
Oh, that leg. Some people who don't have leg amputated, so putting some prosthetic leg.
It's Chandra Lagna Lagnesha as well. Lord of his moon.
Oh, okay, yes.
So it's strong. Either way, it's strong.
Either way, yeah.
Yeah.
So Jaipur foot is that? Yeah. Good, yeah.
Yeah, that Nach Mayuri, she had Jaipur foot.
Organization, right? Okay.
Yeah. So he was the one who made that prosthetic leg, basically. Again, theme of Purva Bhadrapada again coming into the picture. Born in 20th November, Varanasi. And he was a doctor, and his craftsman was Ramachandra Sharma, and I think he designed it in 1969. Sometimes 1969 he made that, and it became very famous. You can see how many people would have benefited with that.
Kogiji, that's an interesting chart because that's also his Dara Karaka, and Dara Karaka is linked with wealth. A lot of people don't use it. It actually is linked with wealth, yeah, classically.
He must have made wealth.
Interesting chart, yeah, interesting. Because it's in Meena Rashi too is feet, and you got the Purva Bhadrapada, and you've got it's very fascinating.
And Jupiter in his own sign, in his own nakshatra.
Yeah, it's interesting.
See, I never knew this. I just see, okay, Purva Bhadrapada, okay, this theme should be there. Okay, so Jaipur foot has to be there. Let's see who is then Jaipur. And apparently I get all those. So many nakshatras I do like that. So that shows how astrology, and that should be the way to study, rather than having a theme and then looking forward and saying, oh, this theme and all this. Have that nakshatra and theme, can you find out some things like that? Otherwise, even I was not knowing who was P.K. Sethi and all. But apparently it was like, okay, he was the one who made Jaipur foot. Festivals. Oh my God. How can I forget? Time to eat now. So Purva Bhadrapada, of course, we did talk about Mahashivratri too in Shatabisha, but sometimes, Hindu festivals can go back and forth. And I was just trying to see which all dates fits into Mahashivratri. So sometimes Mahashivratri can come when the sun is transiting Purva Bhadrapada. So that's what all these dates are. And again, connected with Rudra and all. So no doubt to again mention that. Connected with Shiva and Rudra. Other thing was Holi. Dr. Pai also mentioned about Holi. Holi sun transits Purva. So the Holi also dates many times will fall when the sun is transiting Purva Bhadrapada. Okay. So Holi, festival of color, you can understand. And Dr. Pai also mentioned that they burn this fire thing in some parts of India. Oh my God, that was my favorite. When I was a kid, in our society, what they used to do is they will burn this, holy and all. And this woman from the society, they will come and then they will bring all these coconuts and all. And what they will do, as we were kids, so we were in charge of breaking that coconuts. Half the coconut we should throw in that fire, and half the coconut as prasad we have to give. So me and my friends, what we will do is we will not throw completely in the fire. We'll just throw that. Okay, fine. She's happy that it is gone in the fire. After she goes, we will take that coconut and eat. So that was kids, what we do basically. So we used to do all those. Of course, that too I have not had to say to my parents, because they will be like, why are you eating all those things and all. But that was like all kids will come together, and then we will take, oh, okay, auntie, come. I will take your coconut and break it and all. And it was like all the society group. So I still remember that's what the game we used to play. And every
you accumulated your Rahu karma like that, man. Good for you.
I don't know, but there everyone used to do, all my friends, what to do. I also joined the group with them. So like that. And it's prasad. Why that fire is not going to eat? Anyway, we are only going to eat as kids. Brahman, correct? We are doing the Brahman service. So we also should get some dakshina from that. So that was our prasad. And that was like, okay, we get coconut and then we will take all those and then have a good time with friends and all. Eat coconut and all. So such stupid things, when I think back, I actually remember those. Anyway, again, the concept of fire is coming in the picture, You see the pillar of fire, because that's how they do basically. They make a pillar of fire actually. So it's like, again, so lightning strike, pillar of fire, something like, again, fire energy is coming more and more again. As Dr. Pai said, correct? Agni. So some concept of Agni is coming too. And if you say the story of Prahlad too, why this holy is burned on, because this Hiranyakashipu had a sister, Holika. Basically, she had the boon of that she cannot be, she got some blessings from Brahma. She got basically a dress. And if you wear that dress and go into the fire, you will not be catching that fire. That was maybe Brahma made some fire extinguisher, something, some special dress, who knows, special space, what is that, fire suit, something. So she wears that, and this Hiranyakashipu was fed up with his son, because his son always used to pray Vishnu. So he asked his sister, okay, you take this son with you and you go in the fire wearing that fireproof sari. Then you will not be burnt, but that boy will be burnt. So she goes into that, but apparently what happens was the boy was not burnt, but this woman was burnt. And then she was saying to Brahma, hey, Brahma, what did you do? You gave me a false suit, false sari, something. Then Brahma said, that was given for your blessings, but not to create problems, but to spread love and other things and help each other, and not to do this. So that's why you're burnt. And then she dies in that fire, and this Prahlad comes out, which makes this father much more angry. And that's the resemblance of this Holika and all those things. Some people say that. But anyway, the concept of burning of ego, the burning of your negative traits, something like that quality comes into it. But that's how you will reach to the
also, Togiji, it's interesting because I'm not one to talk about ego or a humkar, because honestly, it's very pure too. It's like, okay, the tree in some way is saying, I am a tree. It can't escape that a humkar. That's impossible, right? But when we're referring to maybe a portion of the identity that's become extreme, once again out of balance, you notice tapasya because you have stories like Changdev, where the tapasya had made his sense of self so distorted that he was no longer just a Shiva Bhakt with siddhis, but he was so much greater than these kids from Alandi. He was convinced that they couldn't know truth. He thought he knew truth from his siddhis. This kind of illusion of power that can happen through tapasya is actually very dangerous. That's why, even though we've got all this YouTube stuff and people are learning this sadhana and this sadhana, thank God they don't know how to do it perfectly. Because actually that's more dangerous. So someone like his sister, she actually had an attainment. And it did produce arrogance, to your point. It actually did produce more arrogance as opposed to making her, not even making her, but awakening humility. Real spiritual knowledge will awaken humility. It'll awaken it. You don't have to try. That's
True.
I don't think I think if you pretend you have humility is very dangerous, because that's even more this modesty, it's like not real humility. So in this case, it's very fascinating because the Rakshasas very commonly, whoever they were, whether this is a political smear campaign by the conquerors, I don't know. But the Rakshasas, they just tend to be they become kind of, very out of balance with their sense of self, that they can just rule all. They don't allow things to stay in their proper place. So there could be something that you keep pointing out here that might be worth people contemplating, perhaps with Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, that it is kind of finding that equilibrium point where you don't invade someone else's territory like that. Because that's actually what arrogance does. It makes you feel as if you have the right to do something that nature isn't permitting, or that other person isn't permitted to speak to someone in a certain way, for instance, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's just an interesting thing, because tapasya, that fire of tapasya, if you don't finish through, if you don't submit your head, if you don't get to that end point where you're submitting your head, the fire of tapasya can make you very dangerous, make you more of a tiger,
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
See, nothing is good or bad. Excess or minimum is always. Yeah. Excess of sugar, good. Like excess of sugar is bad, not good. Less of sugar is also bad. I said good. Yeah. Excess of sugar is bad. Less of sugar is also bad. Excess of spices is bad. Less of spice is also spoils the taste. Excess of salt, less of salt. Anything excess and anything,
But it's really
medium.
tricky here. I have to say, it's really tricky, because at some point there does have to be an excess of something. Actually, at some point you have to defy, like doing tapasya, you are doing something extreme. And Shirdi Sai Baba didn't say much. They don't have many things from him. He was not, a lot of these guys like Ramana Maharishi didn't say much. Now, some of them do have to speak. I feel bad for the ones that have to speak. But Shirdi Sai Baba, one of the things that one of his core disciples had said, that was actually recorded, was that he would say, to reach the goal, you had to have the longing of a fish out of water. I believe that's the terminology. I've always used that terminology. So I think, I don't know if I'm mixing it up. He might have used a different terminology, but that's the analogy, is like the longing that's so extreme. It's like a fish out of water, and the patience of 1,000,000 years.
True.
So see, those are two extremes, but at some point they're balancing each other out. So this whole thing, that's why I think people that are very genuine on the path are in deep need of either guidance or really genuine keeping the head down, even when they have attainment. So Purva Bhadrapada, it does reflect the kind of dichotomy, the contrast, that you actually do have to go to an extreme to reach the goal. You do. And like the Buddha did himself, he sat under the tree until he was a skeleton. They have statues of him as a skeleton, until he did realize that the middle path, right? He has all these teachings on the middle path. But this is you can't just, these are just words until you realize.
If you go to the extreme, then only you will, when you go to the extreme, then only you understand the importance, and you will be humble. Like, for example, if you get a siddhi, if you get siddhi just like that, very easy, then the arrogance will come probably, because, I got this. But when you really go through that pain and suffering, by the time you get it, you already, then you are already down with that, I guess.
So it's something
So
very interesting there. There's definitely a contrast. And you do have people speak about it that would know, like the ones that would know, like Paramahansa Ramakrishna. He knew this, and he would speak to these things, but it was, very, some people like that, they say something so simple, it is so profound. We're almost wanting all this kind of something difficult to understand. So when they say these little statements, they just go kind of right under radar. But those little statements, and whenever a spiritual teacher of that caliber is repeating something, really pay attention. If they have say something over, because that's something I noticed with Paramahansa Ramakrishna too. He had themes that he would fix on, and because they might be so simple that you just glaze over them, but they're actually very important things. So there is something with this whole balance point. At the same time, you almost have to go to an extreme to realize. So there's some like little secret with Budh Graha being born. There's 3 nakshatras he's born in. Okay, so all the grahas have this, and it tells you that the struggle of that nakshatra gives birth to the knowledge of that graha. So it's very important to see what that is, like Vishaka giving birth to the sun. Of course, not only is, you have to be divided to discover singularity, to discover self. There has to be 2 to discover the one. You have to pass through that fire. Right? So all of these have that kind of connotation to them.
Correct. No, true, absolutely true. Now I say that because, see, even when I was doing PhD, correct, when this is my own story, we have friends will sit together, maybe on Friday evening, some party going on, and then, I published 1 paper, I published 2 papers, and I will be like, oh my God, all these people are publishing, and I'm not. My guide, whenever I go, is giving me tons of corrections to do. So they went, and then this happened, they published, they all passed, and I'm like still sitting. Of course, they were from different department. They were from chemistry, I was from physics and all. So totally different department. And by that time, they're already gone. And after a few years, I published my paper, and my guide was like, oh, it's your first paper. How do you feel? I said, what to feel now? That whole happiness is gone. Because now there is no people to say. There is no one. At that time, I would also have said, no, that's some arrogance. I also published. I could have said to my friend, now these friends are no more. They are already left. To whom I should say, to what I should say. Now it's like, then I told to my advisor, there was a story that grapes and that fox, that grapes was hanging and the fox was trying and he was not getting those grapes. And finally, what does the fox said? That grapes are sour to taste, and he left away. So finally, now also I realize this is all useless. If you publish also fine, don't publish also fine. No one cares. It's okay. So things at right time,
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would also have got a little bit arrogant. Who knows?
It's
the same goes with
all of us.
It's true.
Natural. Yeah.
One thing I thought it was interesting, Aditya, I didn't know the whole Holika and Narasimha connection. So that is interesting, like the Prahlad connection, to be frank. I mean, doesn't happen in my society here. So what I would say though is that it's interesting that the Narasimha is coming up here as a theme. That is one thing. How Narasimha is also lion and all that. We talked about Narasimha. How Narasimha is also Mars also, which is also Agni, all that, right? So all that is also a very interesting thing from this festival perspective also. Yeah.
True. So I think in spirituality, that's why spirituality is tough. Nothing to give you easy. Otherwise, you will be arrogant. And that is true.
It has to be you have to, yes, absolutely. Because it first of all can't be through words. Someone can't tell it to you. They maybe can give you guideposts, but so already that's a difficulty. Information is not the answer. Even if it's helpful.
I'm sure if you would have got people asking for why am I not getting siddhis and all those things, people crying every time. Yeah.
And that's an innocent question. It's an innocent question. And anytime anyone asks me that, I don't answer that. I'm not there. I don't have authority of that.
I'm doing this, I'm doing that for such a long time. Why am I not
God knows.
Yeah. Why am I not getting this? Why
Bhagwan
this?
Jane.
Bhagwan Jane.
Yeah, that's what I say to those readings. No, but really, whenever someone comes to me with that, I feel very tender towards, because that's a crisis that they're having very intimately with their relationship with Bhagwan, with truth, reality, whatever you want to call it. That's actually their samudra mantan. That's
Correct,
so
correct.
some little parrot translator Jyotishi. I think actually this is, I love that we're getting into the Bhadrapadas now and speaking, even about saints and even yogis that attain these siddhis and all of this. There's a big reason why saints don't like Jyotish, as I've often said in our talks. You'll hear real saints, they'll speak against Jyotish. And I was contemplating, recently, Lord Shiva had laid a curse on Jyotish. There's one story that goes this way. Okay, in the Purans there's multiple stories and they always change per Puran. So this is just one story. The rishis that had the gift, the real gift, they were going around and speaking about his intimate life with Parvati and what they were doing in secret. And they were using it as a form of entertainment. And so, Shakti, this whole creation that we're in, the mystery behind it, do you think Shakti would even reveal herself to one of us if we don't have the qualities of Shiva? And who does? So why would she show us anything of her mystery in the first place? But these guys could see something of that mystery. And so Shiva got so irritated that they were speaking about it and using it in this way that he cursed it to only be half accurate. And for each Jyotishi to only have half a piece of the knowledge, meaning that no one would be completely accurate, so that they couldn't see his beloved naked, basically unveil the mystery and exploit her, so that they could not exploit her. Now, what's interesting about that is this whole thing with, people coming to us and asking those kinds of questions. I really think as Jyotishis is a good place for us to have that humility of going, look, that's, Bhagwan Jane, truly. Like, when you try to answer those, you might be taking the role of God. And that might block your real knowledge of Jyotish. Actually, we're not supposed to know everything. I think that's what Lord Shiva is saying by he's giving a gift to Jyotishis that we even see 50%. Even the mercy that we can see 50%. So anyway, I think, speaking of humility here, this is a really good place to put that. Jyotish is a tapasya. It actually is a tapasya, and you do have to keep yourself clean. So when people come, I have real mercy for those kind of questions, that because I know what it is in them is that they don't want to be limited to this little body. This little body that's going to age, it's going to die. It has all these vulnerabilities.
Maybe they are impatient.
Now that happens, but they've got, yes, that happens. And they've got to realize that. And now as a Jyotishi, we can maybe say something like that as a friend. As a friend, we can easily tell another friend, I think you're being impatient, but taking the authority to say that we know what only Lord Shiva knows. Their timing in that way. Now, maybe there are some Jyotish techniques that can show someone's spiritual advancement, but this is an area I must say this under Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, that this is an area that all of us can actually digest more, because that's hard. It's hard to not cross the boundary with someone's heart that's really longing for something, and then it's really the answer they need is from themselves. The answer they need is actually from themselves, from God, let's say, but it's the God within them. It's not the most a Jyotishi maybe can do is say, you know, oh, this is the Ishta Devata in the chart. This is that. You can tell all these little details, but can you lead them? Just like my friend who passed away and saw the darkness, just infinite darkness was the way I think she explained it like that. I can't lead her to the one who was aware of that darkness. I can't lead her to that. But I know that for her to even come out and know that it was darkness, there must have been something witnessing that. For her to even know to say it and to see it, there must have been a witness to that. But can I lead her to waking up that witness? I can't. Right? I mean, you guys might be able to. I have to speak for myself. So yes, that's a big thing. If anyone listening to this, like when people come to us for readings, we can there's remedies, right? There's Jyotish remedies. Those are for specific things in the life to move a certain energy that may be blocked. Or there's these sadhanas, and of course they work, but they shouldn't be mistaken as spiritual. That's not spiritual. Doing a sadhana is not just for a material thing. Is like if I want to have children, I'm doing the sadhana. That's not necessarily spiritual. That's your moving energy, perhaps, if it works. If
it works.
It works, yeah.
If it works, that's a big thing, yeah. And you know, as Jyotishis, first of all, who listens to whom? You know, you can only listen to yourself. It's not that somebody else will say and you will listen. So as a Jyotishi, I feel even if I say something, really they will listen to me and then they do it. I don't know. Maybe for their benefit they can do. No one listens to anyone after age of 15 or 20. After you're
At some
past
point, at some point, we all just need to jump into the fire, right? They're all going to the funeral court anyway, so you know.
Anyway,
so yeah,
that's, you're burning your karma.
some
They are burning.
That's it. Yeah.
I guess some people are like that, but then you hear very devastating situations where someone really trusted a Jyotishi blindly, invested a bunch of money in something.
No, they believe Jyotishi because for their own benefit, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, now that's true. That's true. But whatever the reason is, still the person was coming to seek that guidance from a person who made a mistake, right? And we don't. Yeah. So this is a whole world of complication that comes along with that. Yeah.
Interesting. Oh my God, we are going deep into this. This is what Purva Bhadrapada, 12th house, you know, all meditation. 12th house things are
inspired all this.
I don't know, next nakshatra will be like much more. We'll be talking about we all will be elevated, I guess. I think by Revati we all will be gone, I guess, then vanished. We are all realized souls. This also, Pitru Paksha is another, Dr. Pai also mentioned, you know. Pitru Paksha is now not sun, but the moon plays an important role here. When is Pitru Paksha? Is the full moon day of Bhadrapada month. After that, the Pitru Paksha starts. Bhadrapada is so full moon day after full moon day of Bhadrapada month. Bhadrapada month generally comes in September. So Purva Bhadrapada is Aquarius 20 to 3 degree 20 minutes of Pisces. Opposite to that part is Leo 20 degree to 3 degree 20 of Virgo. Now, if you see, when is the sun transiting this region? From September 7 to September 21st. And that's why when the sun is in Leo and the moon is in Aquarius, of course, that's when the Purnima is. And that's when after moon transits Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra in the Bhadrapada month, that's when the Pitru Paksha starts. Again, Purva Bhadrapada is connected to 12th house. What is 12th house? Again, connected to your grandparents, your Pitris, your ancestors. And remember, when the sun is transiting Purva Falguni and Uttara Falguni in this region, Leo 20 to 3 degree 20 minutes of Virgo, it is aspecting Purva Bhadrapada. Basically, sun is aspecting that. The sun is what? Light and all. So basically, what are you doing in Pitru Paksha and all? You're putting light to your ancestors and putting food to you. Food again. Oh my God. That again, food is coming every time, making me hungry, you know. So basically, you're giving food to them. So that's why Pitru Paksha is also one of the concepts to understand about Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. So that's again connected. So moon transits. So I always talk about sun transit, but also moon transits of Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra is also important. So finally, my last slide here, keywords of Purva Bhadrapada, fire for meditation spirituality, Ajay Kapada, the deity, Saturn and Jupiter are the planetary energies. It's 11th and 12th house nakshatra. And also remember to connect with the 5th and 6th house. We discussed about tree of mango and all those, and festivals of Mahashivratri, Holi and Pitru Paksha. So some of the keywords for these slides. And finally, so here I was trying to see how much nakshatra videos we have made, So this is our total, right from Ashlesha to here. We have spoken for about 41 hours, 8 minutes and 2 seconds. So probably now I think for Purva Bhadrapada, 3 more hours have completely gone. So maybe 45, 46. I just want to calculate how much we are going to speak. So this is our whole analysis.
Karma, right? Yeah, we can show this karma to Chitragupta or not, right? Yeah, we had all spoken this much seconds and this many minutes on all that.
Maybe if any one of us die early, you can come and take this printout and put in his coffin or her coffin, and take that to Chitragupta and all, maybe. Or Sandeep, I can take your published papers and I can take that with you also. Who knows? What did you do? This is what we have done. If they ask, what did you do? This is what we have done.
Yeah, great.
So let's see. So this is our whole analysis till now. So 2 days it may take for someone to watch continuously the whole video, if you keep on continuously watching each nakshatra. So we are in the making of a new Mahabharata. So let's see where it goes. I think Mahabharata was 92 episodes, correct? Of B.R. Chopra.
That's correct, yeah.
That was only 92 hours.
92
so this
hours,
is how many nakshatra? 3, 4, 5, 6.
There's more than that. 24, 41, 2 days, right?
12,
Yeah.
14, 15.
Wait,
15, 16.
wait, guys, does that mean we haven't done Ashwini through Punarvasu?
Yes.
Oh,
Or through Pusha?
Pusha.
Ashwini through Pusha?
Yeah.
And even Maga is
that,
missing here.
Oh, Maga is missing? Maga, oh my God.
Why did we skip Maga?
I don't know why we skip Maga.
Dr. Biden, you're not keeping us in line.
I think Dr. Pai and Kapilji already did Maga before. So they discontinued that,
Yeah, but I think we can do it again. There's no problem.
Yeah. We are making in the Mahabharata league here, so no worries.
Yeah.
That means we have many karmas, so don't worry. That 41 will become 82.
Yeah.
So 4 continuous days of nakshatra videos maybe. We can compile,
Yeah, binge watch nakshatra videos, right? Instead of Netflix,
we can
TV
make
series
those
and all that.
Maybe we can give to B.R. Chopra to something. New series can be made in Doordarshan channel, Anyway, I think completely 3 hours have gone by now. So now Sandeep is still remaining. So another Mahabharata in making.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully, let me try to go there.
Sandeep starts. I will forget it. So I probably will add 2 more points to what. Now, one point which I wanted to make with this nakshatra, which I don't know where I got this information from. Somebody had shared this information with me. Now, this information is very key and it is a part of Hatha Yoga, but it's a very specific part of Hatha Yoga. And this form of yoga is called as Khanda Manda Yoga. I don't know how many of you have heard of this. This form of yoga was taught by Shiva himself to people, his favorite devotees like Ravana. Ravana practiced this. And maybe some people who have done it, but common people would not know about Khanda Manda Yoga. Now, what is this form of yoga? This form of yoga is Ravana, when he wanted to appease Shiva, and Shiva was not appearing, he went on to take pieces of his skin, stripping off his skin and offering it to the sacrificial fire. And later on, he went on to say that he was called Dashagriva or Dashanatha because he had 10 heads. He started chopping off each of his head and offering it to the fire sacrifice. Yes, that is exactly what it is. This is called as Khanda Manda Yoga. Every part of the body is offered and then they meditate, and it is said that the body part will manifest and come back And
where are we going with all this chopping of the body? And this is really a Purva Bhadrapada video, I guess.
This form of yoga is practiced by only people who go to that depth of Purva Bhadrapada.
Do not do all this, viewers. It will be a problem.
Do
We all will be in jail. We all will
not do this at home.
I think this is her artwork. EFG's artwork. She has drawn that, and you can see offering his head there. But I have known of, I personally do not know, but I've heard of people having this sort of siddhi. But Shiva himself said, please do not perform this. After Ravana, he has said that this is very, very intense form of tapasya. That is why this is called as the highest form of tapasya that you can do, and it is not for common people. And I think common people like us will not even be able to comprehend this form of tapasya. And
What
this
you are
tapasya is connected to Bhadrapada.
But Ravana was in, guys, sorry to interrupt you. Ravana was in Treta Yuga, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe in a different yuga it is applicable. Yeah.
Maybe.
Even because one of my teachers, some spiritual guru, who was like so much detached with his body that something ailment happened to him and he was taken to the hospital. And he said that, oh, forget about anesthesia and all, just operate like that, So the doctors operated just without anesthesia, and he was being no pain and all because he was so much detached with his body.
Yes.
So maybe in this yuga, it is like the detachment from the body. That's what is.
I am not talking about Treta Yuga and only Ravana. Even in this yuga, also, even in these times, these kind of things were done even by yogis like Shirdi Sai Baba. I don't know how many of you know, in his Sai Charita is written, he used to take his internal body parts like his intestine and stomach and dry it, and then again put it in. Now, this might sound very funny, but it's actually true. In Sai Charitra, it has been written also that people have seen that he used to do. You know what he used to do? He used to tie just 2 strands of rope between 2 trees, and he would sleep on that one rope or 2 ropes. That's the kind of things that Shirdi Sai Baba used to do. Now, we don't have to go really to Ravana's times to understand this. Now, if somebody is saying he can take his internal body parts and clean it and wash it and dry it and then put it back in.
But Dr. Paiji, this is the YouTube world, so no one please try this.
Otherwise, we all 4 will be in the jail. Purva Bhadrapada Karma, 12th house, go to jail. 12th house is jail, correct?
But this time, come out of my mouth, what to do now?
No, that will 12th house. We all will be 12th house will be active. We will all be in the jail then. Yeah, you have said this, Dr. Pai, in some previous video too about, I remember, Khanda Munda Yoga. I heard it from you.
Another thing I wanted to say is what Varaha Mira says and Balabhadra in Hora Ratnam. Both of them talk about 2 common traits of Purva Bhadrapada. In Sanskrit, they call it Udvigna. Udvigna means somebody who is restless. As you are talking about people who are wanting to gain their spiritual things, and they get agitated, they get perturbed, or they get disturbed when they are not meeting their spiritual aspirations or goals. They, where Varamira in Brahat Samhita also he talks about the same trait. Is these people get very agitated or restless is the word to say, Udvigna, which means they lose their mind because they're getting restless. They want to achieve Kundalini. Come on, let's do Kundalini. And I've seen so many people who go crazy trying to do Kundalini energy and awakening, and that's becoming really bad in the West because people don't even know what is going on. And I don't know if
it's really dangerous.
Very dangerous.
You need a proper foundation, usually a proper guide. You really do. I can't encourage that enough. Yeah.
And
And it,
other
Bhadrapada, I think, deals with the nervous system in general,
Yeah.
because it deals with spine and medical. And medical, it has a lot to do with the spine and the spinal fluid. So what you're saying about the anxiety and the anxiousness so it can also just be a medical condition with a person why they can't keep patients too. This is a real thing. Their nervous system is just more fire in the nerves, more electricity.
And I would also tell you, I've had, now I don't know whether should I discuss this here on this recording, but I've also come across some of my clients who have had issues with their sexuality and were ready to try Tantra as a way to get their manhood or their womanhood, to strengthen their powers, to be able to, and that can lead to something, I know what is, I don't want to say, some distorted mind, but what do you say, pervertness can come. These are people who do practices which are maybe not the right practices because they want to achieve something, grab something because of this udvigna. Udvigna means this restlessness of saying they have a problem, but they want to overcome the problem by resorting to something which is like, I wouldn't say it is black, but it is like doing things to strengthen their libido or strengthen their things.
Well, Dr. Pai, Purva Bhadrapada is a nakshatra of genuine tantra, let's say, because of, let's look at Paramahansa Ramakrishna. So
Yes.
it is a nakshatra that gives genuine spiritual energy or the desire for that in many cases. So if it has the pure side of it, naturally, it's the high and the low are always connected.
Yeah.
So I want everyone listening to always remember that the ground is always connected to the sky, meaning that if a nakshatra has one low trait, it's also going to have the elevated trait of that. If it has an elevated trait, it's also going to have the polarity of that.
Yeah.
Often our strength is our weakness. So I understand why these people are seeking that in this nakshatra, because this nakshatra also wants to destroy false piety sometimes. So it doesn't want to just choose to be a good person just to be good, or religious. It's not satisfied with that. So it's kind of challenging those boundaries. And, honestly, in a genuine path, those rigidities do need to be challenged. So it's this confusing place to be. That's why I say that Bud being born out of this nakshatra, the person realizes they may need to be a student, not a teacher. They may realize that I would encourage everyone with any inclination that if you haven't done something for many years, and if you're just going to jump into teaching it, be very careful. Anything. Honestly, if you haven't done anything, I mean, how can you teach advanced calculus if you only grasp one little piece? You're going to confuse everyone, right? And you're going to have everyone failing on their exams because they trusted you. And this is just a minor example, but yeah, to your point, Dr. Paiji, this is definitely one of the nakshatras that's drawn to those things. So then naturally with human nature, we're going to have all kinds of people that play with Tantra, some in a genuine way, and some, if they could just slow themselves down once again. This nakshatra, it's all about slowing down to see where that original disturbance is coming from. That original rag, that original sound, the original little thing back there that's going, I need to do this, or I need this quicker, or if they could just slow themselves down, and even contemplate the story of Budgraha, even when you're talking about sexuality here, is very interesting because his story has so much to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is one thing with Bud, and there is another thing also, which both of them have said the same word. Both Balabhadra in Horaratnam as well as Varahamira. And that word in Sanskrit is called Sri Jita. Sri Jita, which means to be controlled by a woman or a wife or henpecked. But it cannot be said that they are all henpecked. That is wrong to say, all men. But it can also mean, if you look at Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he took his wife as his teacher and his guru, and he would like to, prostrate in front of her and worship her and do things like he considered her as Kali.
Yeah, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't he say, if you want to pull me into the world, I'll let you?
Yeah.
He's very humble. He's like, I'll let you, but I would prefer, he expresses to her that
He expresses himself that he would rather be under the thumb, or he likes to be. It's not the word I'm saying henpecked, but that is what the Sanskrit word says. And why I'm saying this is the Ekapada Bhairava always is with 64 yoginis.
Yeah.
Has to be with a lot of feminine energy. That's when he feels that he is Ekapada. So there might be some connection there. Because why I'm very surprised why both of them are saying that this nakshatra is kind of subservient to a woman. I don't want to use the word that way because it's called, if you want, go and look at a Sanskrit dictionary. Sri Jita is what both of them are saying about this. Sri Jita means actually ruled by a woman or controlled by a woman.
Dr. Paiji, some of these, this is a good point. I'm actually glad you said, I was like, okay, so with all these nakshatras, the high and low is there. Okay, the potential. So we've got someone like Paramahansa Ramakrishna worshiping Mother Kali and being under her foot, And then you've got the lowest case scenario, which is probably going to be painful for the person, Okay, so we've got that, but these Ugra nakshatras, very commonly, they get mistaken for being an abuser. I will hear astrologers say, oh, this person's no good, they're going to abuse. To be honest, they're more likely to get abused.
Yes.
If you talk to them about their childhood, very commonly, those people have gone through abuse, or they are more common to be on the receiving end.
Yeah.
I actually, just like Mars in the 7th, I've had people say, oh, you're going to abuse your partner. And I look at it's more common. I take statistics because I don't just go off of belief. It's more common for that person to get abused than to abuse. Okay. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to scare people, please, guys, but I'm saying, be careful when you're thinking you're looking at Purva Bhadra and oh, this person's going to have a temper. Sometimes they're very laid back and they get a person with the temper.
Yeah.
Now it can be opposite, and I hate to say it, but it is different in male and female horoscopes too. Very commonly it is. I'm not saying that always that's the case, please, guys. But in many cases, some nakshatras that are easier for females, or let's say feminine energy. If the person is in a male body, but they identify feminine, they may have easier time with the nakshatras that females have an easier time with, and a harder time with the nakshatras that male energy has a hard time with. You will see this. So Purva Bhadrapada is one of those that does seem to be very different for females than it does for males.
Yeah, because there is Sri Jataka and Purusha Jataka that has to be studied differently, as you say.
Yes.
Anyway, I don't want to hold back more because I know Santi.
The other part which Dr. Pai you mentioned about that whoever that girl was walking on that ceiling parapet, and some, especially if you see those stories, not stories, but the facts, when the energy dissipation happens, it's always in the form of, many times seen this in the form of lightning strike and all.
Yeah.
Cylindrical shape, lightning strike. I don't know what is the similarity of that. And in physics, we have cylindrical coordinates, or the spherical coordinates is one coordinate we use. Cylindrical is another famous. It has got a symmetry basically, and these are all in the form of like cylindrical shape, not cylindrical exactly, but elongated something. even if a tubelite, if you see, tubelite is kept horizontal, but you put vertical, again, the energy is like that, a cylindrical shape. And of course, the working of tubelite and all, we know all those charges and all happening inside. And it's very strange. And yeah, those few examples like that, I've also seen energy dissipation in the form of my own personal experiences and all. You can cylindrical shape dissipation of energy and all. So I don't know what it is not. But yeah, so dissipation of energy through cylindrical shape. Yeah, you can also ask Kapiel Raaj. He was also there, and he was like, "Oh, what is this?" And I also don't know what is this. Don't worry, eat laddus.
On the lighter side, when you were talking about what kind of asanas to do, the only asana which came to my mind was Bhangrasana. Bhangra dancing is like on 1 feet you dance.
1 feet, yes, yeah, yes.
Bhangra is on 1 feet. The other thing that I also observed is people with Purva Bhadrapada they love skateboarding, because skateboarding is always on 1 feet. You're balancing on 1 feet and the other feet is kind of. So all of those activities where you tend to stand on more than 1 feet, and 1 feet activities, I think would definitely be connected.
Oh yes, yes. And Bhangra is what they put hands also like this. It's like projection, the two projections which we see from Ajay Kapada. It's like that hands.
This way, it is like a trishul, right?
Sure, yeah.
Between your head and you are like, it's a trishul. It's standing on 1 feet.
It's like this, correct? See this is like our Bhangra.
Yeah, Bhangra, right? Two hands are the Brahma Vishnu, right? Yeah. And
yeah,
Shiva
Brahma
middle,
Vishnu
right?
doing.
Yeah.
And Shiva is doing Bhangra, maybe, who knows?
Yeah,
maybe.
Shiva.
Yes.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Okay, let's go Sandeep, otherwise we will start doing Bhangra now.
Yeah. Well, so no, this was very, of course, a very intellectually charged talk so far, right? So Dr. Pai gave us a lot of brilliant points. Yuji also added a lot of brilliant points. Aditya also shared a lot of insights and all that. Now, one thing I want to do is that I see what I want to share. A lot of things was already scattered, so I just want to add a level to pull here and there and just add to it actually. One thing which Dr. Pai talked about and which Aditya was talking about was light pillar thing actually. Dr. Pai talked about how Shiva became a light pillar, and how Vishnu went down and Brahma went top, and all that story is there. Now, if you simply, and I think he briefly mentioned about how this can also be connected with the Ekapada and all that. Now, in my opinion, light pillar, if you look at the word Jyotirlinga, that is also light, and linga is pillar, right? So that's Jyotirlinga. So you can actually link the Jyotirlinga with light pillar or Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra very easily. In fact, one of the very interesting Jyotirlinga linked with Aquarius sign, they say, is Kedarnath actually. So Kedarnath was interestingly protected by a rock which came along the way, and the whole temple was protected. The pathway got destroyed, but the whole temple was protected, right? So it's a very unique thing, kind of thing. So usually with Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, I usually encourage these natives definitely for them to visit all the 12 Jyotirlingas in this lifetime. So usually the 12 Jyotirlingas spread across India. Now, of course, there are debates about which temple is becoming Jyotirlinga and all that. So of course, if you're a temple trust person or whatnot, you're trying to increase the flow or income to the temple so that you can do whatever you want with the money. But then if that be the case, then yeah, go ahead.
This reminds me of during sexual intercourse, especially the phallus, the erect penis, and all. It's like, I don't know, energy flow.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. Of course, 100%. Sexual state can also lead you to samadhi states. That's a very common thing. Many tantrics use that particular poise to use that also. That is, of course, one of the things, but that is maybe 1% of 99% of tantra is still left, right? So that's the other thing. You focus on just 1%, you're missing out on the majority also. That's the other problem also. But Jyotirlinga, definitely, this is one thing I can definitely say. Jyotirlinga is also pointing to a light pillar also. So perhaps in these places, perhaps the original Jyotirlinga might have been a light pillar. The yogi might have formulated a light pillar kind of structure there so that you could actually experience that particular kind of energy or consciousness there. That kind of possibility exists very strongly. So that is one big connection, in my opinion, here. And of course, if you go to the legend says that if you go to and there are many kinds of lingams and all that, many kinds of Shivling temples are also there. There's the Panchabhuta lingam to balance your 5 elements. which I actually learned from Dr. Pai the first time. I didn't even know even those kind of things existed. Then there's also 12 Jyotirlingas also, come to 12 Rashis. If you go towards 12 Jyotirlingas, your karmas associated with that, 12 Jyotirlingas will be purified. Now, it doesn't mean that you go to a temple, your problem is solved. It doesn't happen like that. What usually happens is that you decide to go to a temple. From that point onwards, your karma with respect to that particular sign will be activated. So to the point where until you get to that temple, there will be these obstacles which you might have to encounter. Your karma will be purified along the way to the temple. So that's what might happen actually. So when you go to certain temples, many times people might fall sick, and you are unable to reach the thing. But once the moment you get the darshan, everything is solved. That kind of thing actually. So know that it's neat. So many times these practices, and this is a very pure Purva Bhadrapada theme also, in the sense that the practices which have either was practiced in a different time and which has lost its fundamental attributes over a period of 100 years or so. Now, one quality I would encourage in terms of thinking about Purva Bhadrapada is to combine Satabhisha Nakshatra and Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra together. So one is, of course, the Abhisheka Nakshatra after all, but even if you look at the Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva thing category, if you started from Kritika, Purva Bhadrapada becomes a Vishnu Nakshatra at that point. So it's an interesting thing. So now you have Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva Nakshatra, Satabhisha becomes Brahma Nakshatra, Purva Bhadrapada becomes a Vishnu Nakshatra at that point. So that's a very interesting thing. And usually you see all these communities following all these practices or rituals which might have lost its original intent actually. So that kind of karma is also sometimes linked with Purva Bhadrapada in my opinion. Because for instance, you have this very interesting, so one of the clients I had actually had Rahu Ketu here in this particular placement, and that client's Kuladevata was actually Sati actually. So Sati Mata was of course Shiva's wife who actually jumped into the funeral pyre, right? So that's a very direct thing actually, right? So this kind of extreme act, which was perhaps a story designed to help you out in many other ways, eventually degraded. It was like, okay, in-laws basically torturing the wife to be, so that they could get whatever, like, to jump into the fire and all that. So that kind of problems in which age-old traditions, perhaps you're losing its meaning kind of thing, that particular problem is a Purva Bhadrapada problem also. And 100%, as UG mentioned also, many times when you are encountering deeper sadhana and all that, if you are only, remember it is still having 3 padas in Saturn, ruled sign of Aquarius. So Saturn is this planet that only matures at 36 years of age. So clearly when you're 36 years of age, what is important to you is different. What is going to be important for you at 18 years of age or 25 years of age, or forget even 28 years of age also. So definitely that's going to be different things actually. So there is a quality of time that has to be going into the spiritual practice. In fact, in any yogic traditions also, the standard thing is that you have to do at least this thing for 12 years. That's a very standard kind of thing. Now, from an astrological point of view, we can immediately say 12 signs and all that. We can immediately say so. That is very easily understood. But since we are students of time ourselves, so it's easy to understand that. But from a yogic thing, this is one of those things actually. Now, the other aspect also, Dr. Pai also mentioned about Ekadasha Rudram and all that. Now, in general, I just want to add on top of that point, Dr. Pai mentioned Ekadasha Rudram. In general, you have the Rudram thing. Rudram is the mantra which is from Vedas and all that, of course, to invoke Rudra. So that what is interesting is that you see that in Ekadasha Rudram, when you're chanting 11 Rudrams together, they chant in a very particular way. So Rudram Namakam and Rudram Chamakam, right? So Chamakam is what we are asking Rudra to, Namakam is you're invoking the names of Rudras. Rudra is that, Rudra this and all that. That is Namakam. Rudram Chamakam is that, okay, give me this, give me that. That is Rudram Chamakam. So of course, so sometimes some people make the mistake of inviting Rudra by chanting Rudram Namakam, and then they don't ask Rudram to give anything. They don't do the Rudram Chamakam. So of course, you unite Rudra, feels like Rudra energy into your home, and then you can expect if you don't ask anything, then it will do what is needed actually. So it's not always the best thing. So usually when you're invoking something superior like Namakam, Rudra's energy, you have to do the Chamakam part also. So sometimes mistakes like that. So in with Namakam and Chamakam kind of thing is being missed out, that kind of thing. But interestingly, in the Ekadasha Rudram, what they do is that they actually divide the Chamakam portion into 11 parts actually. And then they'll do one Rudram and then do the 1/11 portion of the Chamakam first. And then they'll do the second Rudram completely. And then the 2/11 portion of the Chamakam part is again decided. And then the complete Ekadasha Rudram is completed actually. So it's a very interesting concept actually. And this is very interesting because this is following Ekadasha is of course 11 in general as a number. So of course, Rudra, there are 11 Rudras also. There are also Aquarius is also the 11th sign. So there is something very unique about that particular number also. But this particular pattern of 11 coming in the mantra, that's something very interesting, which I thought was very interesting. Of course, then the other interesting thing which Aditya also mentioned, Dr. Pai also mentioned, is this link with Agni. So that I think that was a very interesting point, because that really connects the elevation of this Agni. So we know the Agni, there is the digestive fire which you have, then we have the fire, the Garhastya Agni, which is a fire in a home and all that. But then there is of course the atmospheric Agni, which is actually lightning and all that. Now that is something not many people work with or understand. That's there are a lot of that is having a lot of power. In fact, they say a tornado itself is actually capable of generating power that can last for hundreds of years, actually, if I'm not mistaken. And that lightning is extremely powerful force, actually. So the lightning that is coming from storms, and so these natives will actually have a direct link with the atmosphere, in my opinion. So there are of course atmospheric beings and all that, Maruts and all that is there. There are Nagas also who can reside in the atmosphere, which we'll talk about soon. But now the lightning aspect is very strong. So one aspect is that usually these natives will have a lot of energy within them. So when they're young, they don't know what to do with that, and that's a real problem. So, they will actually have to, like, usually in this day and age, you're in a Western world, good chance you will express itself sexually. That can happen very commonly. That's what everyone is doing. You'll do exactly what everyone is doing. You'll do that. Now, but in other world, like you are in conservative society, like even in Islamic country or even in Indian society or not, you'll be very angry towards everyone, actually, similar to that. So that Rudram kind of aspect will become very strong. So there's need to understand that you carry a lot more energy. I think this is what Evji also mentioned in the video which she made, Dr. Pai also, that need to understand that they carry a lot of energy is something they need to recognize, actually. That is one important thing I want to again highlight. But the other aspect with this lightning and this whole analogy of the storm, lightning coming from huge rain and thunder and all that, is also pointing to the initiation lightning or the Shakti that is given by a guru to a Shishya. Now that is a huge thing. And most of the time, this particular initiations happen in group settings. Aquarius is the sign of natural 11th house of great gatherings. So this satsang kind of thing, in which people are sitting around a guru and the guru comes and initiates you one way or the other. So usually these natives, and correctly, when the lightning is stimulated, when the Shakti comes from guru to the student, definitely the lightning is going along the spine of the student. So what Evji mentioned about Sushumna Nadi and all that is very important point, actually. So in which you begin to see that these natives at some point will kind of connect with the yogic tradition or any kind of a tradition in which the spinal kind of practice is basically emphasized, actually. So that's one thing I want to highlight again. So usually Kriya Yoga traditions, yogic traditions, Siddha Yoga, whatever, right? In fact, I came across another kind of yoga that exists apparently. So Naga Yoga, right? There's something called Naga Yoga. The Naga yogis apparently they unite with different kind of nagas, different kind of chakras apparently. So that was interesting. So that kind of thing is very interesting, So this yogic traditions or this some kind of real esoteric tradition karma will actually play out very strongly. One way or the other it will play out, of course. Whether you will go into, whether you'll join a sex cult or whether you join into a guru cult or whether you'll join into like like a proper guru who is lesser known and all that, that kind of thing depends upon your karma and depends upon the plans and all that, oral chart and all that. You cannot say that, but that energy is there. So recognizing this kind of energy will work out is different. Of course, usually this is also an important point. Now the Narasimha, so lightning aspect also I want to highlight this Shakti aspect in many powerful ways. So usually Shakti aspect can also be linked with Siddhis also. So this lightning can also be various Siddhis and all that. But what is interesting is that, you still see 11,000, 12,000 teams playing on with Siddhis. So you get the Siddhis, which is 11,000, you get all the Siddhis out there. And then you have to let go of that into the Pisces actually. So whatever Siddhis you gain, eventually the Siddha master eventually goes beyond the Siddhis. So you get all the 64 yoginis around you, which are all these Siddhis and all that. But that is a chakra between the Ajna chakra and the Sahasrara chakra. There's one more chakra above that. Sahasrara chakra is still above, existing above that. So you have to get to that point also. So many times people can actually get caught up in that Siddhis kind of thing. And there's a real problem here in this particular nakshatra, in my opinion. Usually these nakshatra natives will get these Siddhis and all that, but they forget there is one more chakra above that. So that's a different problem. So usually that's at that point, you begin to see why the 64 yoginis kind of thing needs to be understood clearly so that you can get to the top. So that is one aspect there also. The other thing which I want to highlight is that of lion actually. So this lion-based gods and goddesses, right? So which Dr. Pai mentioned with, there is a, he mentioned about Sharba actually. So Sharbeshwara is a deity who is supposed to have calmed down Narasimha. Now it's said that it's interesting. You find a Shaivite version of Sharba, you find a Vaishnavite version of Sharba also. So of course, you can clearly see two big groups fighting against each other, creating gods to basically handle that. That's a different set of problem. That is also there. Now, but what is interesting about the Sharba, if you look at Sharba Tantra or Sharba Mantras actually, their mantras are much more folk-based thing actually. So it's not like Sanskrit pronunciation or all that. They'll say some our Java types kind of thing. Very simple Hindi kind of thing. Very simple mantras also. You'll see that kind of thing actually. But you'll see. So this is also pointing to this wisdom that is existing in folk-based traditions and so forth also. Some old tradition that have been going on, but still there is energy in that. That is still answering your prayers, or that is still allowing you to make some big gains and all that. That kind of thing also. That is one more thing. Now, of course, the female deity is linked with lion, of course, is goddess Durga. So you'll find a natural affinity towards goddess Durga for these natives actually. So usually, of course, goddess Durga is also linked with Rahu also. So you'll see that direct link there. And the other interesting deity also is basically this goddess called Pratyangara Devi. Now, Pratyangara Devi is a lion-headed goddess. I mean, I didn't know that, but there's an actual Pratyangara Devi. So interesting thing is that there is a Leo. Leo is the sign actually opposite to Aquarius sign. So that is a very important thing. So you begin to see this lion energy and all that. Now, Pratyangara Devi and all that, you don't chant mantras of Pratyangara Devi. You don't do it. It's like playing with fire. Everyone knows that actually. Whoever knows that, it's like playing with fire. You only go with the hardcore Tantra. You fall. Either you go to Tantric Guru and study it. Otherwise, you're going to get your life ruined. Because that is extremely Ugra Devata. You'll be basically screwing your life up. But then you find temples over there. Pray to, and usually those homas and all that is done. Usually it's done on Amavasya days and all that. So it's a very powerful thing. But you begin to see these natives are naturally drawn towards that kind of energies also. So of course, Agoris and all that, Dr. Pai mentioned, Nagababus, Nagasadhus, all that kind of thing is a very direct. The other thing I want to highlight, which is a simple point about the Bhadrapada being linked with the, first I will talk about the food aspect. Of course, there is a blessed food aspect and all that. So one way how this karma might play out is that usually I encourage these natives to actually touch the feet of that planetary karka in their lives. So sun and Purva Bhadrapada, you might have to touch the feet of your father. Moon and Purva Bhadrapada, you might have to touch the feet of your mother. Mercury, sibling, younger sibling or uncle or something like that. Mars, you might have to touch the feet of your sibling or something like that, or a yogi or a guru or something, if Jupiter and all that. So sometimes I've seen that kind of thing can be very, very important actually. This particular aspect of touching the feet or blessed feet of someone, that kind of thing can actually give you results. In fact, when you touch the feet of Guru, which is a standard thing because Purva Bhadrapada is a Nakshatra going to 12th of the Pisces. So that is also one very powerful remedy here in that aspect. Of course, the other concept is that their feet will have problems more likely. So feet will have problems either if you are doing something in extreme also. So you are living a life that is very problematic thing, or if you're living in life that is in extreme, you're not balanced and so forth. So for instance, usually say you are having a lifestyle in which you are spending a lot of time, not taking care of yourself. So usually these nakshatra natives have to learn when to calm down and when to exert themselves. Though they carry that natural energy, they have to learn to actually calm themselves down also. Now, part of that is that sometimes I've seen these natives might actually lean on one foot more than the other. And that's the other aspect also. That kind of karma in which right foot was the left foot kind of thing might also play out with respect to that. That's the other thing also with respect to blessed feet kind of aspect also. And usually, I think Dr. Pai once mentioned about doing this Epsom salt water, foot baths and all that. So that is one more thing I usually encourage with this thing, just to take care of your feet and all that. Now, of course, there is a spine connection here, which Yuji mentioned. So Sushumna Nadi is the Nadi, energy Nadi, which is exactly in the middle of the spine. So if you are planted there, like I said, Kriya initiation, if you do any Kriya initiation and thing, usually the spinal energies is what you're trying to tap into and elevate and all that, clear the channels in the spinal Sushumna Nadi and all that. So usually on the other side though, even if you're not doing any yoga and all that, usually the tendencies to have spinal issues can actually happen. So like in the sense that you might have you're more injury prone to your spine kind of thing, that kind of thing can happen. All the C30, C15, C5 and all that, right? That kind of thing is the usual spinal thing. So that kind of thing is might actually be something to watch out for. And I've seen spinal problems also. Now, what is interesting is that the symbol of Purva Bhadrapada is a funeral cord. Funeral cord is basically a piece of furniture if you think about it, right? So even the opposite nakshatra is Purva Falguni and all that. So usually one of the easy way to break your spine or to get spinal injury is to move your furniture yourself. Similar to that, you don't have the muscles, you try to move your furniture yourself, you break your back, right? Especially if you're old. And there's actually like elderly people actually get back injuries and all that because they move their furniture. So literally you see that kind of thing. Now, to a point, what I've seen, these nakshatra natives will have a karma with carpenters because of that. So if you invite a carpenter, you're trying to get something fixed, there's a problem there. It's not getting fixed. This problem and all that kind of energy is one way how it might play out also. Because how the funeral cord initially would be made with wood and all that. So this karma of wood will play out and all that. Of course, the other aspect is also this temporary wooden platform is one of the other symbols also. So that can also be linked with tree houses actually. So usually these nakshatra natives might actually like to spend time in tree house and all that. So usually they'll climb up trees straight up. When they're young, they'll climb the mango tree.
Isn't that connected to Purva Falguni, where the platform, Uttara Falguni,
yeah. No, that's correct. Exactly that. So that is also correct. But here, remember in Purva Bhadrapada, it is a temporary platform. So that's also a very interesting thing. So it's a hunting platform. Hunting platform is already made when you're hunting actually. So that's the other aspect there, other concept actually. So usually these nakshatra natives, there is a karma with houses, elevated thing, skyscrapers, or like with or in simple things in your home, it might be tree houses also. Usually you get all these vacation houses that are on tree houses and all that. So you'll see that's a very good remedy actually, just to be on top of trees and just to reside there. That might actually calm a lot of things down. So of course this can also mean that many times they are more visiting tall skyscrapers, looking at top-down view of the city. All that is very beneficial, and it's a very powerful thing also now for these natives, in my opinion. Now the other thing I want to highlight is also this Nataraja aspect which Dr. Pai mentioned. Nataraja, of course, is standing on one feet and you're dancing. So usually, you're looking at a Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra native if they are on the Facebook pic with one of those one-leg yoga poses, right? So that kind of thing you can immediately see. But then the other thing I would say is that with Nataraja though, I've seen that usually these nakshatra natives might study the dance from a Bharatanatyam or Kathak or whatnot. That kind of thing might happen. More importantly, I've seen that if they studied Bharatanatyam and all that, I usually encourage them to actually do the Tandav dance and all that. Because doing the Tandav dance is very powerful way to calm down a lot of energies and so forth. Now, what is interesting, and this is a very powerful, interesting thing also, because when you're in temple, usually when it's festival time, it is a common practice to have dances during the temple festivals and so forth. Now, usually it's very interesting. You could think, why is it not there happening every day? But now big temples and all that, of course, you see that. But in small temples, usually you see it only during festival time. Now, what was interesting is that I asked a priest actually told me that in temples, each of those offerings, like you're offering a dance. First, you're offering dance is a kind of offering that is offered to that deity. So it is actually one of the 16 offerings or one of the 32 offerings or one of the 64 offerings given depending upon the scale of the Utsava. That's one thing. So actually the dance is like an actual offering you can give to a deity. You can sing a song for the deity. You can actually do a dance for the deity. So that's the thing. Now, it's very interesting is that there was actually one, supposedly there was one Vaidya who would, before she would give the medicines, right? She would actually dance in front of the deities. And then she would hand the medicines to the patients. So because apparently that would actually energize the whole thing, and then the medicine also would become very strong because of that. So this whole aspect of literally being the dancer, becoming like Nataraja, or actually doing the actual Shiva's dances and all that. That's one more thing I really encourage also. The other thing with Nataraja also I want to highlight is that remember, if you look at the actual Murti of Nataraja in the temple Chidambaram, you see Nataraja there and there is Parvati in the corner. You see Parvati is also there. So usually when you invite Nataraja energy to your home, usually you have to invite Parvati also to your home. So that's a big mistake which many people make. You buy Nataraja statue, there's no Parvati around. So of course, you are inviting Nataraja statue, he's going to dance with fire and all that. Your life will be in fire. So that's a problem actually. So usually when you have Nataraja statue, it's important you should invite the Parvati statue close by also. So that's also important to the statues, either to the statues right side. So I think statues left side, if I'm not mistaken. Statues left side, usually Parvati Mata you can find. That's a very important thing in my opinion. So usually you'll find that actually. You might actually find Nataraja statues just being there, and there's no Parvati there. Of course, you talk to them, are there arguments in the home, are there more anger issues and all that? 100% energy is elevated in that home. You can see clearly with that because of that. Yeah, and problems around that also you can see. So that's also one important thing. Now, the other aspect, this is a very simple aspect with respect to the hunting platform, temporary platform and all that. So interestingly, before the Purva video, I had this interesting thing in which, you know, so I'm in Kerala where coconuts fall, right? So coconuts sometimes can also fall upon the neighbor or some person's head and all that, right? So that's a problem. So you actually have to get the, you know, the coconut man to come and plug the coconuts in time. Now, usually one way to remove this, improve this thing so that it doesn't fall on the building or the roof of the house and all that is to actually have a platform on top of the coconut tree. So that's also one more way how you can improve this particular energy. So this temporary platform thing is a very interesting karma. Now this can play out in many ways. So temporary platforms can be like basically stalls that are happening around conference times. So you are having a conference, but there is a temporary stall. So usually you'll find these natives will be having all these conference karmas or trade fair karmas, things like that. Now that kind of karma might play out very easily because, you know, it's a temporary thing. It's not happening every day. It's not happening for the weekend or that week or something like that. That kind of thing you're going to see. Of course, the other aspect with this also is that with the temporary platform thing, also if you think about anything, now Purva is an air sign. So it's falling in air sign, at least 3 padas is falling in Aquarius sign. So the Aquarius sign is also linked with anything in the air, right? So one thing that was interesting, it was happening on a Purva Nakshatra day for me, was to see the fan, right? So there was a problem with the fan in a building. And then in that fan, so of course, old fan and all that, one way to improve that, if the fan is having problem, usually it can be a problem with the capacitor of the fan. Now that made me think, it was happening on Purva Nakshatra day. So interestingly, one person came and said, you need to change the capacitor of the fan to make sure the fan is working at its full speed kind of thing. So capacitor in my view, so suddenly made me think it was a Purva Nakshatra day. So of course, dragon in the sky and all that, you can see. So problems with capacitor of the fan. Of course, capacitor is perhaps linked with Jupiter, in my opinion, and the fan could be linked with the thing on the Satabisha kind of energy devices playing on the ceiling kind of thing. So all this ceiling kind of karma, you might actually begin to see that also. So this capacitor kind of thing. So definitely these nakshatra natives are extremely intellectually capable. Their intelligence capacity is high, their intellectual capacity is high, because of which they have a easier tendency to fall into traps quickly, because they might assume that their intelligence is capable enough to drive them forward. Actually, that's a real quality we all need to watch out for, but especially in these nakshatra natives, especially if it's falling in Aquarius signs and all that, they need to be extremely careful. Now, one thing here also I want to highlight here, usually there is a sex cult kind of thing that can happen very strongly with these natives. They might go into cults and all that. Potential to be misguided by factors, or because they have not considered the factors, which are already described or which are already understood as time progresses. So of course we might assume we know everything, but something might only be recognized when time has passed. So that is the other real thing they have to consider when they're thinking about. Is it true that they might be needing something in some time later or something, or whether this sadhana will evolve in time, that kind of thing also. That's a big thing for many natives actually. That's something I would also encourage that. So the other aspect here, and this is a big aspect actually, in which, and this is one thing which when Aditya was actually talking about, when he actually basically shared the slide about Vamana avatar's picture. Now I have been to that temple actually in Kanchipuram, so that was, that was interesting. So because that was the Vamana avatar, and you see that particular temple, Vishnu standing on one leg and his other leg is up on the sky. But and interestingly, Vamana avatar's name, Vishnu's name of Vikrama, Trivikrama and all that is basically pointing to those particular names actually, in which he's a Vamana avatar and all that. But then he's also Ajay Kapada at that point. He's also standing on one foot at that point. Vamana avatar is actually linked with Shravana also at that point. The name of the nakshatra is Purva Bhadrapada, which is feet. Astrologically, feet is 12th house. Well, Vamana avatar Shravana is actually going to 12th house. So is there a possibility that these nakshatra natives will have some karma traveling? That's an interesting thing to think about. Now, there's a very important point actually, because now we begin to see this particular aspect of the yogic spinal breathing and all that. So in fact, you begin to hear many times they say you enter into this particular Devaloka, you enter into this particular Devi Loka, whatnot. So different Devalokas can actually link with a different spinal. I won't limit it to spine, but I would actually say different consciousness being awakened along the journey, along the spine, or along the as the energy is progressing through the Sushumna Nadi, to be more precise actually. So that's a very interesting concept of traveling, which can be linked with Purva Bhadrapada. So usually these natives won't think about anything, they'll just travel to Mexico, they'll just travel to Colombia or whatnot, right? They'll just do that kind of thing, travel thing very quickly because of that. And there's a hidden link actually, in my opinion. Now, energetically though, what it can also point to is that as your Kriya practice is improving, or as your spinal breathing practice is improving, or as the energy is actually flowing along your Sushumna Nadi and all that, the worlds you can access can actually vary in very powerful way. The lokas you can access. So initially you meet like, blue aliens from one of these star systems. Then you go further, you meet the gray aliens somewhere actually. That kind of thing going on, So that kind of karma of visiting with different lokas kind of thing can also play out here also, in my opinion. And that's a very important point of ascension actually. Now this ascension point, which again Aditya mentioned, is a very important point in which the energy is actually moving upwards. So that's a very important point actually. In yogic traditions and all that, that's an extremely important point. Especially in tantric tradition and all that, everything is designed in that. So the Shama Vidya, you start off with Kali, which is ground-based, ground reality and all that. You cut off everything, and then you have the other devatas as you're progressing along the spine. That's a big thing. At the end, and the 11th thing, you actually get to the final thing actually. And that's a very important point actually. Because then at the this something called as Urdhva Gati. Urdhva Gati is this in which you are ascending. The energy is actually going upward actually. That's a very important point because you begin to see the essence of all the sampradayas or all traditions out there is basically that. The fundamentals of all traditions that something positive kind of thing is going upward actually. Or you are developing that energy upwards, or you are shifting your consciousness in a deeper manner. You are entering into deeper realms of reality or deeper realms of awareness actually. So that kind of karma is very important and important thing also. But at the same time though, as I mentioned, it is very natural to get caught up in one of the 64 yogis or whatnot. So you have to climb.
It's interesting, Sandeep, when you say that energy is ascending in many yogas and all, no? You have to think energy ascending and descending, ascending and descending. So basically what it is, Purva Bhadrapada, Uttara Bhadrapada, Purva Bhadrapada, Uttara Bhadrapada, basically you're doing 12th house.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. 12th house basically to reach to meditation, spirituality, blah, 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 whatever, whichever world you want to go. So that's what they are doing probably. They're energizing the EG always gives a smile. I'm like,
No, it's interesting thing. Yeah. So definitely.
And the other thing which I would like to say is, you said about energy and all, about Nataraja and all. See, in which place on earth you have the greatest energy play happening in the lab, that is the CERN lab, the CERN lab, where particles are made energized and then smashed onto God's particles and all, whatever the news you must have heard about Higgs boson, God's particle and all. You have a big murti of Nataraja there, they have kept. It is in Geneva, Switzerland border, but at CERN you have a Nataraja murti. So is it that they are talking about energies and all again? It's so apparently they have placed the Nataraja murti.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they would have
exactly
been astrologically or what.
Of course.
No,
so
something
about Aditya, it was gifted by, I think, Baba Atomic Research Center. The scientist India gifted it to CERN, and that whole installation of the Nataraja has happened there.
Oh, that I was not knowing, but
well, actually, guys, and even CERN, if you know anything of Celtic history, that is a Devata that is very much like Lord Shiva. He has wild.
Right, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's him. He has snakes coiled around him. He's wild. He's the wild man. He's in the forest. He's meditating.
Cernunnos.
What is
that? Yeah, I don't know. Someone's going to correct me if they speak real Gaelic or anything. I'm no expert at all, but definitely that Devata is very, he even has he's a horned god. Like they have old murtis of what they believe is Lord Shiva from the Indus Valley that have big bull horns like Nandi. Okay, so this guy is kind of looking like that, but with stag horns, like a deer. And then he has all the snakes around him and he's in a meditation posture, just like Lord Shiva. So it's interesting they named it this, and then they have Nataraja. It's fascinating. I don't think that doesn't seem accidental. I don't know. It just seems to
because CERN and the god's name is Cernunnos.
Yeah, and he's also called CERN. He's also called just the short version. So when I first
CERNUNNOS.
Yeah, it depends on what literature you're reading. Just like they have the Morrigan, which I don't fully understand her either, but she's very similar to Kali in Druid poetry. So when their bards had these stories and all of this, I mean, I'm not saying they're the same David thought. I don't know. I don't know enough. I'm just saying there's a deep similarity there. So yes, it just seems a bit odd that this place has that name and then Shiva placed and the work that they do. Because even as we've spoken of before, the lingam, how they drip the water onto it, and how you have to do this with the nuclear reactors to keep them cool.
They use heavy water.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think I can also add that with the Shivlingam also, anything shaped like a Shivlingam will also carry that energy. So you have a bulb or you have glassware shaping like a Shivlingam, guess what? You get something like that. That's the other interesting thing. But yeah. No, yeah, those are interesting points, definitely. Nuclear power and all that. So that's a natural thing. Usually you find this intellectual acuity or the sharpness of the intellect. They are very scientific. Aquarius definitely has a technological thing. Usually these are natives will actually question or fight with you or debate with you actually. They are asking for reason, they're asking for logic and all that. That's the thing. Then of course you have to ask what is your word? What is your definition of your word? What are the parameters of your word? How much have you got? What loka are you in? Are you in Bhuloka? Are you in, Deva Loka? Are you in like one of the lower lokas actually? What is your word? That's a big thing. So that's why in my opinion, Satabhisha and Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra always comes to it. And then Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra follows actually, which makes perfect sense. Now that's a very important point. Then the other point in this particular aspect also, again, this is coming with the spine and all that. So it is said that in temples also, when you go to temple, the Dvajastamba, I think not Dvajastamba, I think it's called the flagpole, right? The flagpole of the temple and all that. That is of course a symbol of the spine and all that. So usually they would actually encourage people to go around that temple 3 times. The whole thing that is actually happening. So each time you're supposed to actually elevate the energy in your spine also, each time. 3 times if you go around the temple, eventually you will see spinal energy is increasing. That's a simple thing you'll begin to know. You go around the temple 7 times, then 7 chakras also you'll begin to see increase. Now some people, they want to get desires fulfilled and all that, they'll go 100 times that. That is a Satabhisha thing they'll go. And of course you will get your desires fulfilled. What do I want? 11,000 getting fulfilled, easily you will get that kind of thing happen. And there are people who do that, and there are people who get that also. I mean, it can work. So there are ways how that energy, as Yuji mentioned, how energies can be moved also with certain ways. Of course, if you use it in, now the other aspect also, the good side and bad side of this particular placement is this, because it's falling 11th house. So this could be the good side of having access to a spiritual community, which is supportive in your journey, or the bad side of belonging to a spiritual community that has brought down your journey. So this particular side of that will actually play out. So these Nakshatra natives have to be extremely careful of their friends and so forth. So for instance, Aditya, when he was young, he literally took other people, he was stealing coconuts. Is that a good thing? No, 100% no. After doing astrology and all that, 100%, you take other people's Rao.
It was not stealing, man. They are putting it. So the fire won't eat.
So what is the difference between
karma for us? Yeah.
What is the difference between eating coconut and throwing the coconuts to fire? Coconuts to fire, if you know that, you're throwing it to fire. Their karmas, the coconuts, they are removing.
Maybe those people who are giving that, they have karma with us and feeding us.
Yeah, no, see, that's an important point actually. So of course, now it's very important to recognize that the karma will still play out. Whether you like it or not, karma has to play out. That will always play out. Whatever we say, all that, Jyotish is also included. Karma will always play out. But of course, what Aditya did when he was a child, you would know better. But having said so, definitely I will not encourage people to eat other people's coconut, especially when it's intended for fire. Now, this kind of thing, it's a group ritual problem, right? It's a group ritual. So that group ritual is happening. There is a mistake happening. Group ritual. That's exactly this Purva Bhadrapada thing. Actually, to be frank, that's one thing actually. And I've seen sometimes there is a good effects of group ritual or the bad effects of group ritual also. Group ritual done with good intention. Group ritual done with bad intention. Simple as that. Both kind of extremes can play out depending on the planets, houses, and all that. That whole thing also. But the other interesting thing is that in most of the group rituals used, yeah.
Really quick, one of you guys can correct me, and this is not said. This is said very neutrally, okay? Was the founder of Scientology, is he Purva
That's correct.
Bhadrapada?
Yes. He has Purva Bhadrapada. Ron Hubbard, actually. Yeah. he
There's
has
a good
Purva.
example. He's actually a sci-fi writer that became a guru, right?
Yeah,
He
that's
founded a huge, okay, this is a good, yeah.
Now,
And also Aleister Crowley.
Alistair Crowley,
Another,
Is he Purva, Uttara,
Yeah,
or both?
he has both
I
actually.
think they're both.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aleister Crowley is a very good example as well.
So of course, Scientology is a cult, very direct. Scientology is a cult. I can be direct about it. Scientology, of course, it is said that L. Ron Hubbard, initially when it was working, he did come across cities and all that. But then eventually, one of the conspiracies there, government infiltrated it, made into a cult kind of thing. One of the conspiracies you get online. Now, usually you'll find conspiracy is a word that is very easy for Purva Bhadrapada. They know all the conspiracies out there. They know all the theories and all that. That kind of thing. Of course, you see their gatherings also. You see people having conference kind of karma because of that also. That kind of thing will eventually play out also. But one thing I want to highlight though is this particular idea of gathering around a central idea. So people under the same roof, especially when it's conferences and so forth, it's in one idea or a particular paradigm or a knowledge of Vidya that is uniting them actually. So that is pointing to this particular Purva Bhadrapada karma actually. So these institutions or this gathering of institutions, this gathering or this conference karma, that kind of thing can actually play out here. The other aspect also, so usually this thing, this is one point in ancient Vedic havans and all that, when they were doing this Vedic yajnas, there were certain yajnas in which they would actually burn the entire yajnashala in the end. So in which the yajmana, the person who was doing the yajna and all that, this is literally that was going to get burned and all that. So of course the yajnas did carry a lot of power to elevate the energy and all that. That was a very powerful thing. Yajmana Udyamana Shakti was a real thing for those natives in the Rigvedic time periods or the previous yugas and all that. So in which you would actually burn the whole Yagnashala, the energy would be elevated because of that kind of thing. But then I want to highlight one idea here also, the spine thing, in which if you are actually elevating or developing energy in your spine or developing energy through your spine, doing spinal practices, it is possible to visit multiple lokas or multiple dimensions and all that can actually open. That I want to say. That is actually pointing to this traveling karma, which these nakshatra natives will actually play out, not only in the physical bhuloka thing, but also in the energetic planes also. That kind of thing can play out. But of course, like I said, you can visit 64 lokas, but there is still one more Sahasrara Chakra left. That is also one more thing that's there. So never to get caught up in a loka is also an equally important thing. And I think there are two more points for me. So one point is one thing is that usually there is the symbology of two-faced man is a very powerful two-faced man. This symbology actually, because one, they are actually living in two different worlds at the same time. So I would see on Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra day, the character which I'm watching on TV shows, the guy is actually angry towards his wife but loving towards his children at the same time. That kind of thing. So there is wife on one side, the children on the other side. So he shouts at his wife, he loves his children, he shouts at his wife again. That kind of thing. So he's beginning to see that kind of thing going on actually. So this two-faced thing, this two-faced karma, two different polarities kind of thing actually play out. The other interesting thing also is that this two-faced living in two different worlds at the same time is a very powerful concept. So in the sense that they might actually, to the point where they might actually be confronting two different versions of themselves actually. So usually this is a nakshatra which is very commonly prone to bipolar disorder and all that, especially if it's afflicted. Two-faced thing, split personality issues and all that, or one aspect of yourself. Usually all the shadow self-work and all that, which you see, is very perfect for Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra native because they have to confront their shadows, they have to learn to integrate the shadow and the shadow self and all that. But see, there is also not only shadow self, there's also a divine self also. Now see, divine self, okay, you connect with the higher aspect of yourself and all. Now that is the union that is supposedly happening when you're worshipping many devatas and all that. So you worship a particular deity, eventually you become one with the deity, there is no longer distinguishing factor between you and that particular deity. But eventually, there is a different factor also. You are uniting with that particular devata. Then you usually move to the next devata and all that. Now, what is here in that particular aspect also, this two-faced thing, as I mentioned, you need to recognize that are you uniting with the higher world or are you uniting with the lower world? Are you uniting with the higher version of yourself or a lower version of yourself? Now, technically, in yogic terminology, higher and lower doesn't exist. More different kind of versions of things existing. So all that is there. That is one aspect there. Now, the final point, which I think none has actually covered and which I want to highlight in a huge manner, and which is one of those points which Dr. Pai taught in the original class actually, is this idea of dragons actually. This dragon. So Purva Bhadrapada is a hardcore dragons. They have this direct connection with dragons. Now, of course, dragons are Nagas in Vedic terminology. So there are Nagas out there. In fact, there are 9 divine Nagas, there are 8 divine Nagas, Ashtanagas, Nava-Nagas, and all that. That kind of thing is there. So usually I've seen these Nakshatra natives, when they connect with the energy of dragons, it's extremely powerful, extremely powerful, and I cannot say this enough. There are many dragon magic practices you will find out there. All that I've seen, they do that actually. In fact, you'll see good chance that they'll be naturally gravitated towards dragon-like thing at a young age. They'll be playing dragon games and all that, Dragon Age and all that. That kind of thing you'll be able to see. They'll be actually playing that actually. That kind of thing will actually play out. Now, this dragon energy is also interesting because there are, if you search for YouTube videos, you actually see videos of literally fire coming out of nowhere and all that from in China and all that. So there is pointing to that. There is a dragon kind of energetic thing that is out there. So dragons could be real, Nagas could be real, working with dragons and all that. Wealth, you can get blessings from dragons, wealth from Nagas, all that is very, very real. So that kind of thing is very strong. So I cannot say that enough actually. When you actually connect with Nagas, blessings can be real, curses of Nagas can also be real, all that is true. So usually this Naga energy is one more big thing I want to highlight actually. And the final thing I want to highlight is basically this, I'll just share my screen. Just to share this particular thing. Are you seeing the slides? Okay, great. So you can see this particular aspect in which the in which Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra is here. So in Aquarius, when you make Aquarius as the Lagna, so when you can see Jupiter, the Nakshatra Lord, is ruling the 2nd Lord and the 11th Lord. Is the 2nd Lord and the 11th Lord. So a lot of wealth can actually come here, especially with spiritual practices. Immediately wealth can come very quickly for them. Usually the blessings of the Guru and all that. Again, you can see this blessings of Guru and all that. That kind of thing can play out very easily. Jupiter is getting exalted in the 6th house. Usually you will see 6th house where they have this natural tendency to fight with Gurus actually. They'll just want to fight. They just want to argue with Gurus. They want to have a routine with Guru. They want to engage with the Guru. Of course, Mars is getting debilitated in 6th house. So they have a real eventual thing that they will have to learn to recognize to calm down their Martian energy, or they have to have a physical workout routine or yogic sadhana or something like that on a routine basis. That becomes a very important point for these natives. Now, interesting thing which Dr. Pai mentioned was that Sun is the 7th Lord actually. So you look up to your wife or you look up to a Stree kind of thing. This is a very interesting thing. Sun being the 7th Lord, you look up to your spouse. Now that is perhaps possible with Aquarius ascendant in general, but for Purva Bhadrapada that makes more sense actually. The other thing I want to highlight here is how Jupiter is getting debilitated in the 12th house also. So usually these Nakshatra natives might actually spend a lot on gurus and classes and all that. So, depends upon what they end up getting. That's the other aspect also. So either karma problematic gurus, there is a problem possibility for that. Why? Saturn is getting exalted in 9th house, Sun is getting debilitated in 9th house when you make Aquarius adjustment. So usually they have to be very cautious with gurus. They have to spend time with gurus and all that before they fully commit to a guru and all that. That kind of thing is something I would always advise actually. And in general, gurus always used to, traditional gurus would give you time before you can make a decision actually. And once you make the decision, then you stick with that guru. That kind of thing is how it's done actually. Now the other aspect also I would highlight here. Now, of course, Purva Bhadrapada is having, these teams, 6th house, 11th house and 12th house teams will always be in balance for these natives. So 6th house is also one interesting aspect that Dr. Pai mentioned about the there is one more Hasta link playing out with Purva Bhadrapada here. There are 5 things coming together with Purva Bhadrapada, something like that Dr. Pai actually mentioned. I forget what exactly it was. But yeah, there's Mercury link. Yeah, no, it was very interesting that UG actually mentioned Mercury's birth nakshatra is actually Purva Bhadrapada. If you make Aquarius part as the Lagna, Mercury is definitely getting exalted in the 8th house actually. So it's a very interesting thing to think about with respect to Mercury. Now the other aspect I want to mention here also, Jupiter also is the Lagna Lord and 12th Lord for the 4th Pada of Purva Bhadrapada. So that this particular Pada is a very unique Pada in the sense that not only is it going to Cancer Navamsha where Jupiter is getting exalted, Pisces is the sign lord of Jupiter, and Jupiter is also the 10th lord also. So there's a And the Nakshatra lord is also Jupiter. So this particular pada can be more spiritual in my opinion. Or these natives might have this real karma with gurus and all that. They might be very well learned, a lot of strong spiritual inclinations. That kind of thing can actually play out. But interesting here, if you look at the Mercury's exaltation sign of Virgo, you see it's going to 7th house actually. So this very unique link between Mercury and Jupiter can be seen even at the Purva lens also. But yeah, so these two things I want to highlight. And one last point I want to share was that the idea of dragons actually. Usually, in general, in Feng Shui, all that dragons are placed in many directions, all that you can find online. But usually, I encourage these Nakshatra natives. The dragon energy is basically Kundalini energy actually. So that is, of course, in Chinese systems, the Tao system and all that, they basically work with that. Of course, in the yogic system, you just call it Kundalini energy. In China, they just call it dragon, similar to that. Now, you begin to see that as in Chinese martial arts, though, one interesting concept is that the dragon body, as they are called. Dragon body is supposedly the sum total of 12 different animals. So 12 different animal body parts coming together, then you get the dragon body. So it's very unique thing. So something similar in the yogic perspective is also happening when you have all this, the Shama Vidya, Shodashi Vidya and all that whole thing is also happening. So there is a very unique thing happening in terms of identifying the components and working out and gaining mastery in yogic terminology with respect to specific areas of your awareness, specific areas of your consciousness kind of thing. So this dragon thing is a very interesting thing, to the point where I can really encourage people to look into dragon stuff out there. I'm inclined to say that you might be surprised by what you might find. If dragons exist, then the Nagas exist, a lot of other things exist, then opens up the whole world and all that. So usually I've seen the whole occult world comes alive for these natives in a very powerful way. Usually these are the shamans, in my opinion. These Nakshatra natives are the natural born shamans in which they are already living in two different worlds at the same time. So eventually they have to come to terms with what is one world and what is not, and how to integrate or live within both of the worlds at the same time. Now, as the Purva is the final stepping stone to the Pisces, you begin to see this particular point in which the mystic in general is finally going to be someone who is actually living in 1/4 of the world, in the outer world, and 3/4 within kind of thing. So that particular aspect becomes very strong with Purva also. Now, this is what I have. So it's been a long discussion, but yeah, this is what I have. And yeah, I'm sure if anyone is at this point, they've been extremely patient, but this is what I have to share also.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
You see, you also mentioned about the Mercury and all. And what is the Vahan of Mercury?
Lion, right? If I'm not mistaken.
The lion, some different type of animal. Correct?
It is actually called as Yali. Yali has the body of a lion, the face of a lion, but the middle portion is of an elephant's trunk.
Elephant's trunk, correct?
So it has got even the mane of the lion is there, the body of the lion is there, just the face, wherever the lion's mouth and eyes are there, there is the elephant's trunk which is there, and the mythical animal is called as Yali. So if she just dropped off?
Yeah, she's there. She is joined. Yeah.
No.
So again, you see the connection of Mercury there, with that lion as his Vahana. Not lion, I don't know what animal it is, but Yali, as you say.
It's called Yali.
And the other thing I was just, so if we were just talking about Mercury's Vahan, he's like half lion, half elephant. I don't know what creature he is, but again, concept of.
Same, yeah, it's the same. There's a lot of themes there actually when you start breaking it down.
The other concept was when you were talking about all those cult guys and all, I was like, who invented this DMT? The DMT is the drugs, and it is basically this guy Richard Mansk. I don't know how to say his name.
Right.
I was looking at his chart, the birth dates and all. He has got again Sun is in exactly in Purva and Uttara Falguni, that region.
Right.
Opposite is again Purva Bhadrapada and all. And what does DMT does? Basically spinal cord, nervous systems and all those things. So I was like, okay, maybe spinal cord, nervous system. So maybe DMT connection. So who invented DMT? And I got this person, whether he has got any connection there. And yes,
Right.
again, sun is in Purva Falguni.
So one interesting thing I was thinking, as Dr. Pai was mentioning before also, when you make Aquarius the Lagna, Purva technically is 20 degrees of Aquarius all the way to 3 degrees of Pisces actually. Now, at 20 degrees of Aquarius, 4,000 from that would actually be 20 degrees of Taurus, which is Rohini actually. So many times I've seen these Nakshatra natives might have this wealth. They might move abroad because they want to make more money. I mean, you know, Venus being the 9th lord and 4th lord, that kind of thing. But interestingly, there is also Rohini Brahma Nakshatra. That kind of thing can actually play out. Brahma's Prajapati's Nakshatra is there. So that is one interesting karma there. The other thing also, but when you look at the final pada though, 3 degrees of Pisces, 10,000 from that is actually Mula Nakshatra. But, you know, Mula Nakshatra is Nirti and all this destruction and all that. So you can see why they have to confront these particular, they have to do the karmas associated with Nirti in that regard. So that is one interesting thing. And of course, one of the famous festivals, you know, I mean, Burning Man, right? Burning Man is coming up soon. So this Burning Man thing, when it's happening, one of the things they do in Burning Man is that they actually complete craziness happens, right? There is no limits there and all that. You can do whatever happens in Burning Man. But what happens in Burning Man? At the end, though, it's called as a burning man, right? You actually burn a man, actually. There's an effigy of a man that is burnt. So that's an interesting kind of thing. So that's an interesting thing to see also. But yeah.
Even in New Year, no, India, they do that. They make that old man and then they burn it. You know, even Dr. Pai may know it. Yes, Dr. Pai?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think the burning pair is also another name for this nakshatra, isn't it? So
The
it's
burning
like
pair.
flaming bodies that are there. One interesting thing that you were talking about Nataraja, and I wanted to till something comes back. Normally, you would see a Nataraja statue. Always observe Nataraja statues. Nataraja statue has 4 hands, and he's standing on the right leg, and his left leg is lifted up. Okay. I think maybe in 2018 or 2017, I don't remember. I have to ask Sandeep. Me and Sandeep, we visited Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. When was that, Sandeep? When did you go to Madurai Meenakshi Amman? 2017, 18, 19?
2017 for sure. 2017 we went for sure, yeah.
Okay. Now, when we went there, as you come out of the temple square, there is a shrine of a Nataraja. The Nataraja is called as Velli Ambala Natarajar. Velli Ambala Nataraja. Now here what is happening is, here you see that Nataraja is standing on the left feet with his right feet lifted up. Okay, and normally there are 4 hands. Here he has Velli Ambala Nataraja has 10 arms. I'll show you the picture because you have to see that. I just downloaded that picture from the internet just to show you guys. This is the thing of Velli Ambala. Can you see?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah.
So he's standing on the left feet, and it says the imposing statue of Sri Nataraja has its right leg raised. Now, why I wanted to say this is, as Evji was mentioning about the Sushumna Nadi, this Nataraja who has his left leg raised, it is just like Ganapati's whose trunk is twisted towards the right or left. Valamuri. So you cannot keep a Ganapati which has his trunk twisted towards his right. Why? Right nostril is Pingala Nadi, left nostril is Ida Nadi. So lifting the leg may be a yogic posture to activate your right nostril, which is your Pingala Nadi. And that is why he is more destructive. He is the fire. But when you see Velli Ambala, Nataraja, I just showed you the picture in Madurai, it is more to do with the lunar side, I feel, which is the Ida Nadi is activating. You see he's wearing all white vastram. Usually the fire Rudra is Tandava, he's doing with his left leg raised, because left leg is pointing towards the right nostril. And right nostril is Pingala Nadi. So it's a yogic symbolism that you see. Okay, that's very, very important. Another thing which something mentioned, which was very important, he talked about the 7 chakras, and he said there are more higher chakras above. In one of the pictures that I was watching about yoga, I saw that the yogic picture is showing a sadhu who's standing, and there are 7 chakras, which is Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddha, Ajna, Sahasrara. And above that, he has shown Bhur, Bhuva, Swaha, Maha, Jana, Tapa, and Satyam. 7 lokas above. And then below, on the thighs and below to the feet, it is showing the Rasatala, Talatala, Patala, all of those 7 lokas which are below. Patala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Rasatala. So somewhere there is a connection because there are 14 lokas. So there are 14 lokas below, 14 lokas above. So the Bhur, Bhuva, Swaha, Maha, Jana, Tapa, Satyam, that is the lokas above, and the lokas below are on your feet. So interesting aspects that you were talking about today on the yogic tradition and things like that. And these were just some of my observations I thought I should share it with you. So essentially, when you're talking about there are higher lokas, people only think it's Sahasrara. Above the Sahasrara are the 7 lokas which are there. And below the Muladhara, there is the lokas of, I told you, Athala, Vitala, Sutala, Rasatala, Talatala, Patala. And all the serpents are in the, like the Patala Loka, the Rakshasas, or rather we say the Asuras, like Mahabali is in Rasatala. So there are many lokas below as well. So that was an interesting observation that I had when you talked.
So how many chakras we have total?
That is why I'm saying we might have just 7 chakras which are visible on our body. Okay. But below our Muladhara chakra, there are 7 chakras below, and there might be 7 chakras above our Sahasrara.
So 21 basically, you mean to say?
Maybe there are more.
Maybe I don't know.
So I've seen, usually, sorry, Dr. Pai, just saying that usually many sampradayas, all that, they'll, so if you're worshipping 16 goddesses, 16 chakras, they say, 24 goddesses, 24 chakras, or whatever, right? 32 goddesses, 32 chakras, that kind of thing they'll do. Even yoginis also, they might do like that also. So, so there are 7 chakras is a popular one, of course, but then there are, depends upon what you're actually trying to attain also, in my opinion. So if you're looking for 10 different ways, then 10 chakra thing, or usually 6 chakra thing is also there. 8 chakra thing is common, so different traditions. Yeah, 8 is also there. But then 24 chakras, usually 24 thing is commonly acknowledged what they say. 24, as Dr. Pai said, is the commonly thing. But then other traditions and so sampradaya, they might only focus on a portion of the thing, the other aspect. They might only focus on a portion, they will ignore the rest of the thing. They'll just, okay, get to the top first, then figure out the rest kind of thing going on. So that's what happens in most of the cases also,
But very good points, Sandeep. I know, I think EFG is joining.
Yeah, EFG
just joined, I think it was. Yeah, it's good. I
think this is the longest video, right, so far?
So I think every time we are breaking the record, so I don't know where are we going with all this. Oh my God, it's like probably 4 hours 20 minutes by now, I guess, or maybe what, 50 plus.
Sorry guys, yes, my internet keeps dropping. I've been having serious problems with it.
I think the computer is tired by now.
It's just no, I really, you guys know me. I have problems with this a lot. I don't know. It just follows me. I used to think it was my location. I don't think anymore. So, okay. I don't know what I missed. So sorry.
Yeah. That's fine. So I think it's better to go, Dr. Pai.
I said
But
let's.
with
Yeah, go
actually,
ahead.
guys, quickly with Nataraja, there was just one thing is
Yeah,
that
sure.
there are actually 108 Karanas of Lord Shiva in the form of Nataraja.
That's correct. Yes.
Actually, that'd be an interesting thing for people to look up. It is with the Moksha Tandav, where
Right.
he stands only on one hand. So he starts out standing on one foot.
Right.
After 108. Actually, there's a lot of Natarajan. Actually, there's a mantra for the Chidambaram.
Yeah, we lost it. Well, I can just add what you just saying is that there are 108 Karanas out there. So they do say Nataraja has 108 poses kind of thing. And there's, of course, there are different kind of tandavas also there. So Yuji is back. So I think we lost you, Yuji. You just said 108 Karanas and we lost you.
Yes, it's the stotram without Nandi and without Bringi. That's the secret of it. It has no horns, no feet. I just sent it to you guys. Just quickly, I found someone with it. I used to actually know more about this, but I shouldn't say. But it's a beautiful. It's beautiful for people if they want to look into it. Yeah.
So I
Hi
think
guys.
this is it actually. So yeah.
So sorry.
So I like to see how this plays out, but yeah.
I think people have to see it in 3 parts, 4 parts. I don't know how many parts they have to see.
I think if anybody has been here and have been watching this whole video, I have to say, congratulations. This is like a feat.
No, this is their elevation to go to the next stage, meditative stage. I think this is maybe their karmas. They get qualified to go to the 12th house themes now.
Yeah, now we're getting qualified, right? Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway,
Nash.
This is the symbol, right? Bhadrapada, cross swords.
So, yeah, that's the other thing. So say it was just one sword, then but if it was just one sword, find 2 swords, right? Now you know what we are talking about, right?
Well, I'll be on Mother Kali's Mundamala after this.
Who was that character in that Shaktiman, man? That Kilvish,
Right,
something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's over.
Yeah. Great, guys. So I think, yeah, thank you.
Yes, it was good,
Thank you all.
great.
Thank you. Yeah.